would be gone. Obviously, there'd be a strange 5 to 10% that wants to talk to a woman, but like the majority would drop off.
Now, you know what?
I don't think women, and I'm not trying to be an asshole or whatever. I'm just being very blunt and honest here that women simply aren't as interesting as they think that they are. They just aren't.
What about guys?
Maybe that's just the women you're talking to. Like, that's what generalizing women.
All right, base stripper. Talking about you're with women. You're entertain niggas. And I see you two, Miss African, African,
Yeah, well,
Nigeria.
hang out.
I've seen your IGs, all right? All you do is thirst trap, all right? You turn yourself on Instagram, so you know guys care about sex and stuff like that, Miss. Not you, the two queens are on the panel. So they know all they have is such looks, guys want their looks. So that's why IG they thirst trap.
So,
And you do right now, you're thirst trapping. You're showing your clothes right now. Wear like an all white dress or some shit like that.
I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty good.
Yeah, that
what
looks
were you trying to
nice.
say? You were trying to
I'm
say,
more vote.
you were saying something before?
No, I was just thinking about that conversation we had earlier. When
Put a woman in a box, right?
yeah, like you were saying, when you talked about self-improvement and
Yeah.
If as a woman, but can you repeat what you said earlier?
What I was
I was
saying,
actually like thinking about that.
what I was saying was women don't have the same strong incentives to self-improve because their ability to mate is not contingent upon self-improvement to the same degree that it is for men. If men don't self-improve, there's no sexual access, lineage dies. If a woman chooses not to self-improve, doesn't matter, she can still find a partner pretty easily. That was my argument. For women, so to simplify it in one sentence, pretty much.
You're like putting everyone in the same dating pool. Like you're saying, like a bum woman.
Yes.
It's easier for her to find a man.
Absolutely. A woman that's a bum, yeah,
It just
absolutely.
depends- Yeah, like
absolutely. Self-improvement for women is elective.
it depends on the quality of people.
Okay.
You know, of-
Self-improvement for men is mandatory, whereas for women it's elective.
Yeah, like if you don't self-improve, you're going to be limited to like the bottom of the dating pool. Like the
As a man?
bums,
Or as a woman?
But like,
No, if you don't self-improve as
if
a
I
woman, you
self-improve, I like you unlock like a higher tier of like man. Like the more you self-improve as a woman.
okay. Let me
I
be.
don't.
Let me bring this a little closer to home.
Not all. Like you tend to like generalize like
Yeah, the
all
world-
women are
what the
the
world
same.
operates-
There's like tiers.
I never said all.
Like the high
I never said
value
all. I was talking.
men, high value men.
No, I didn't say all, but in general, or
But you
most,
tend to generalize.
that the world operates on generalities.
Handicapped people.
Most tiers of like within dating and like people.
The world operates on generalities. I mean, what is wrong about what I said? I'm just saying, like, men, for them, for a man to have sexual access, he must self-improve. For a woman to have sexual access, she does not have to self-improve. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah,
True.
like sexual, like, but it depends on like what you're looking for in a partner. You get what I mean?
From the female perspective or the male perspective?
Like, I could like very well get with a bum and like my lineage will continue. It won't be very like good like quality. Like as a woman, you want like.
But you're not going to get with the bum, is my point.
Yeah.
A guy that's a loser, he deals with consequences for being a loser. His sexual access and options are limited. A woman that's a loser doesn't deal with consequences. She can still get on a yacht. An 18-year-old girl can get on a yacht with billionaires. An 18-year-old man will never get on a yacht with billionaires.
Oh, sorry, what?
That's facts.
Oh.
An 18-year-old girl can get on a yacht with billionaires. An 18-year-old man will never get.
I know 18-year-olds. I know 18-year-old girls that are making thousands of dollars just from hanging out with old people. An 18-year-old guy can't do that. An 18-year-old guy has to bust his ass to make money. An 18-year-old girl can get a man to do whatever she wants. But Nani talks, man. That shit talk. A woman can get thousands in her, get thousands because she's a woman. Man, I can't do that.
He's got to get the vote. So men and women are not the same. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, no, I agree. They're not the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when I say self-improvement for women is not mandatory. It's elective. For men, it's mandatory.
It's mandatory if you want like the best genes, like the best you know.
Okay.
chances of survival.
Let me bring this close. Let me give this example. Bring it closer home. Do you understand that you have more options than an A-list celebrity when dating? Let me. I want you to really understand this and grasp this. You have more market pull than an A-list celebrity in dating. As a regular girl,
A-list man.
yes, an A-list male celebrity is not going to have as many options as you do as a regular girl. That no, it's no. And now I figured out where the discrepancy is.
Disconnect, yeah.
Okay, now I understand what disconnect is. Do you understand that like an average girl has more dating options than a top tier man?
Yeah, but he's not like he's now looking in like the highest end dating group.
Men don't date that way. Women
Like
do.
the high value.
Men don't date that way. Women do.
He's not gonna like.
Men
get
date down.
bumped, like a high value man. He's not gonna like.
They absolutely do.
Yes, they would.
Wait, really?
They would-
Yes.
they-
I'm a high value man.
Now I'm understanding. Now I'm understanding why you're so unaware. Okay, you are grossly unaware of that dating dynamics. Men are totally okay with dating down. Women are not. So this is why a girl like you.
That's facts.
I'm not saying this insults you or whatever, but
A chick can be stupid, but if she got pussy, it don't matter, bro. I might not see her as a girlfriend, but I'm still gonna hit. We gotta be honest. A guy will date down or fuck down. A chick won't. Like all the females I talk to, like Goat Mike I'm a below average looking guy. I'm a below average looking guy. All the women that I talk to, they all see me as friends, nothing more. But a below average female can get any guy. It's not the same for a guy. Because if I was a female, life would be way different. I'll be a millionaire.
a girl like you, who's like a regular, private citizen, can get with.
I'd have been a millionaire at
A
16.
man will never be able to get with a A-list celebrity female, a regular guy. That guy's got to be on her level, bare minimum.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
If I was a female, I would have started OnlyFans at 18. I would have started OnlyFans at 18. I would have stayed at old guys' houses and made bands. I'm telling you, I know 18-year-old girls right now making bands, just going to old niggas' houses.
So, like I said before, since women can literally date anyone they want, there's no need to self-improve. They don't have the same strong incentives that we do.
Okay, now this weekend, right?
I have a strong incentive because I want like the highest value man. Like you would want to self-improve. It just depends how
You're
you
a stripper.
expect yourself
You're a stripper.
and what.
That's low
Do
value.
I not
You're-
deserve
No, you're a
a
bum.
high value man?
Fam, you're a bum. You're a
Why?
bum, fam.
Why?
You're a stripper.
Why?
That doesn't count.
Tell me why. You just think you're a stripper. Tell me
That doesn't
why.
count because think about it.
You agree that a lot
Don't
of men.
dismiss me because of my job. Tell me why.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll explain. A lot of men will disqualify you just off rejection.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the men that you're looking for. You know what? Pull up the calculator while you explain it.
There you go. I'm asking this, right? This weekend was a yacht party.
Mhm.
Maggie Yacht, owner, successful lawyer. We're doing the boat party, right? He has a bunch of girls from all over Minnesota, Mexico, Colombia. They're all young, by the way. And girl from Minnesota gets with the guy. He's 21, in school, not a rocket scientist, just there. So she picked him, like he picked her because she was smart or high value. No, she's just there, looking pretty. The point is, high value men just choose off of one, looks for sure, but two, fertility. Are they cool to be around? Young. And so the bum part doesn't really count because they don't care about you being a bum. Honestly, they don't care. But if you,
Very
if, but,
different definitions. I don't know if it's a culture.
but if
difference,
you-
but very different
but if you
definitions.
tell a man what you do, and they're like, yo, that's gonna be my wife. Hell no, I'll smash her. I'll pay for a time, but that's about it.
I wouldn't say like I would actually explain what I do. I wouldn't say stripper and then like expect to just get.
Well, of course, but the point is, if they know what you do,
I don't have sex for money. I literally like this is what I've done with myself over the years. Like
you're working your job. You're working your job. But my point is, once you know
I've got
what you
something
do,
to show for myself.
no, it's fair. But once they know what you do, it's kind of like, yo, I'll put you in the box.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, we got the calculator here. All right, let's go ahead and go through
What
it.
is a calculator?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna go ahead and help you achieve
Find your dream
dreams.
man.
What is your minimum to top age?
My minimum age for men.
Yeah.
Like 30 at least.
Okay, maximum age?
Like 50.
Because you said you want a high value guy, so we're gonna figure this out for you right now.
Oh,
How-
please.
How much money do you have to make per year for you?
USD.
USD, yeah.
You can use New Zealand too if you want.
100K, 200K, a million.
Oh, I'd have to be like at least a million.
Okay,
$1 million a year?
Oh,
that's fine. That's fine.
Alright.
I mean, this might be so.
$1 million a year?
Yeah.
All right. Race?
White, black, Asian, Hispanic, don't matter.
Let's just go with everything.
Aboriginal?
I'm gonna
Indian
be
too?
inclusive here.
Are you Indian?
Partially, yeah.
Don't. 7-Eleven. Come again.
His martial status? Right. Well, we go education. Does high
It
school?
doesn't really matter because a lot of successful people don't have like
Sure.
qualifications. So I don't know.
Okay.
Depends on what he does.
Marital status then.
Married, not married, widowed, separated, divorced. Doesn't matter.
So not married, never married, widow, divorced, separated. I'm not gonna mess around with married man.
Can he be gay or lesbian?
Straight.
Straight only.
Straight.
You can't be curious.
Nah.
Why
What's
not?
it going with me?
All right. Okay. Religion,
What religion?
does it matter?
Religion.
All right, Christian.
Wait, are you Christian?
I just got into Christianity.
Awesome. I'm happy
Just
for you.
started going to church. Yeah.
And then you care what political affiliation, right wing, left wing?
I don't want right.
Okay. So we'll put Republican.
I don't know what you guys like. Conservative.
Conservative,
I don't know what
Conservative,
it is.
yeah.
Are you conservative?
I'm quite conservative. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. No, honestly, I'm happy for it, bro. It's great.
No, check Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's
Right.
conservative
What height?
or the closest.
Just taller than me at least.
How tall are
Like
you?
6. I'm 5'7".
So what's the bare minimum
5'7".
height he's got to be for you then?
You're 5'7"?
5'11".
5'11".
But yeah.
All right.
I'm 5'7".
All right. Okay. Maybe
This is gonna be great.
yeah. Healthy, fat, underweight,
Oh, healthy. Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Drug use.
I don't mind what they do. It's just about how often they do it.
Okay.
criminal record
criminal.
or you don't care?
I don't mind.
Okay. Cool.
Fantastic. Okay.
Let's find your dream man.
Yeah.
Show results.
Let me show results and see how prevalent.
Let's go. I'm happy for this one. Wow. Out of all U.S. men.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations. Your guy is 1 in 2,322,518. So 56%. This girl's under the influence, bro. She literally just imagined this man go for Michael B. Jordan or Chris Evans. You've got a way better shot with either one of them than with the man you just described. So in other
I love
words,
these quotes.
yeah, you and just so you know, this calculator we have pulls off the U.S. Census Bureau, CDC.
Well, America's just
Well, you think you're going to find this in New Zealand?
yeah. I'm gonna try this.
You will not find that in New
Really?
Zealand.
I think the culture here is just.
You will not find that in socialist New Zealand.
But I'm curious. Why come here then? If it's cooked.
Just for like opportunities.
Opportunities.
I want to model. I want to do social media. There's
Because
no opportunity in New Zealand.
yeah, so if you can't find that in America, trust me, you're not going to find it in New Zealand either. So
I didn't
let me
come
ask.
to America to look for a man.
What was that?
I didn't come to America to look for a man.
Oh.
So you think you're going to find that in New Zealand?
Oh yeah. I've had it before
Really?
Yeah.
Where's he now?
Huh?
Where's he now?
in New Zealand.
Well, you don't want to be with him?
I want to wanted to like. I feel like I'm quite young, and I wanted to get a man.
Yeah, you don't like them.
Wait, so you love security and a good man. It's gonna security just to have fun in America.
Not to have fun, just to like do something for myself, like further my career.
Bro, you don't like them.
Just go who I am. I'm quite young.
And by the way, that doesn't include personality, by the way.
What was that?
This doesn't include personality. Yeah, if he's weird, if he stinks, or anything like that, that includes like just numbers only.
Yeah, that
Yeah, okay,
doesn't mean
yeah.
he's handsome or a good talker. or anything.
Yeah, so if he sucks and he gives you the ick, then you're leaving for sure, 100%. See?
Yeah, so we don't want to be assholes or whatever, but like the guy you're looking for is very rare.
Well, obviously I'm a pretty good woman, so.
No, you're not, bro. We've seen a minute.
You're a stripper.
Around, bro. Stripper. I mean, Christ, you're the guys.
I don't want to be an asshole, but you know how many girls look like you in Miami?
A lot.
Like this
Right.
isn't New Zealand. Like this is
Yeah.
like you're in
I'm
Miami,
not saying
Florida.
it based off of looks
Yeah, you
at
are.
all.
Okay,
My value isn't based on my looks.
so you're special.
I'd say so.
Fair. Okay.
I mean,
Um,
it takes, yeah.
Give me your top 5 traits that differentiate you from other women.
I'm smart.
Okay, ladies, raise your hands if you're smart at the table. Raise your hands if you're smart at the table. Okay, go ahead. What else?
I'm nurturing. I'm good with kids.
All right, ladies, are you nurturing and good with kids? Raise your hands if you are. Are you nurturing good with kids?
Okay.
Why you
Raise your hands.
Okay. 22, Columbia. Okay.
All right.
20.
Go ahead. What else?
Okay. One more.
Just give up, bro. Wait the flag.
Okay. If you like to cook, ladies, raise your hands.
Yeah.
Oh, pussy? Okay, pussy?
All right, and then what else?
Man, this is
Are
crazy.
you fiercely loyal as well? Raise your hands.
There you
So
go.
why would a guy pick you when there's other women here at the
I've
table?
got all 5 of them. It's
So listen,
Hey, they do too.
hey, just right down for everything. You know, right? Everything.
Well, yeah, I don't think you women understand how comedy works. Like, we have this crazy concept that women think that they're special or whatever, and it's like, okay, please explain to me what differentiates you from the other women. You guys all have traits that like other women can easily replicate. So why would a man pick you, right? That makes $1 million a year, that's rare and a surprise. You can get with another girl that doesn't, engage in the profession that you do. And I'm not trying to be an asshole here,
Yeah.
but I'm saying that these types of men are very specific and very picky. They're not going to want to be with a girl that's like, talking to random men at midnight. Like, they're just not going to want that. So why would they pick you when they could pick any other girl here that might not be in such a profession?
because it's me, and I think it's easy to talk about yourself and put your hand up for everything.
Right.
Like, it's easy
Could
to
you
talk about
imagine?
someone
Could
and
you
it's-
imagine? Hold on. I want you to put yourself in my shoes for seconds. What if I said I want 5 bad bitches? Okay, I want 5 bad bitches that are gonna suck me and fuck me whenever I want, cook and clean, etc. And then you ask me, okay, well, what do you provide to demand that? And I said, I'm me.
Yeah. If you're confident in yourself and like people want to be around you, then own it.
Yeah,
It's so easy to say.
What?
See, unlike women, men have to have tangible assets to be able to get certain things. You can't sit here and say, I'm me.
okay, I got you. I'm gonna.
She even understands.
I know, man.
I'll say it louder. I'm me.
I mean,
That's
that's
you.
That's
You know
not
what?
you, man.
Yeah.
you.
I mean, I'm me because I'm a spiritual person and
Okay, so
know how to cook.
You
So,
don't get it.
all
No,
of
no,
that,
she don't get it, bro. No,
you
she
know.
don't get it. You're special.
Yeah,
And you DJ.
yeah. And I make music. Yeah.
You know, if I
Yeah.
if I said the things that women say, and I had the entitlement that women have, everyone would laugh me off the internet. Like, I find it absolutely incredible. And I'm not saying this to shit on you, but like a lot of women have this mindset of like,
I
I'm
know a
me,
lot of women do.
I'm
A lot of
special,
women
I deserve a top tier guy. And it's like, I'm sorry, but like a lot of you women just don't qualify for the man that you're looking for. You just don't. If I went into a bank and told them, hey, I'm me, give me a fucking loan for $1 million and my credit score is 300, they're gonna like, get the fuck out of here.
This is Sparta!
They're gonna
Get
kick
on
me out of
the
there.
fucking
Your
back, bro.
credit score doesn't qualify.
Yeah, you
Like-
should be able to back yourself. Like we've only just met. Like, of course, like you're gonna disregard me. I'm like, yeah, I'm these things. You just have to get to like
Know me.
know me. Like a lot of people in the person.
Yeah, but we asked you what makes you special, and you're the same. So why should we even care about you if we already know what the fuck to
Well,
expect?
because it's so easy for everyone to put their hands up.
She don't want to be saved. Don't save her.
I mean, to be fair, the things you described are fairly ubiquitous across females. Like it's common, right? Like I'm a nurturer, I'm nice,
Yeah.
I'm smart, I'm funny.
I'm loyal.
The
This is
same
shit
way
that
a
girls say
man
all
would
the
say,
time.
I'm a protector, I'm a provider. Like it's so easy to say.
But we don't say that publicly.
those things.
It's just understood. You have to say that to even like justify
We're
it.
on a podcast, like you're asking these questions. Now we're like putting
But
it
the
out
point
there.
is, we don't say we're
I want to
special.
go out.
You said you're special. We never said they were special. We're the same people.
Did
We're men.
I say I'm special?
You just did.
I'm
Yeah.
me. I'm not better than anyone else. Like,
Yeah, I'm lost for words, bro. At this point, man, Columbia's part of you, bro. I'm just saying.
Really?
Yeah.
No. But fresh. She didn't get it either. She thought it was something else.
No, I know, but even that's smarter. At least there's disconnect there. Totally.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I believe that this man is out there, and I
Wait,
Why
you're
is he gonna pick? I'm not doubting that he's out there, but why would he select you?
trust me. It's me.
no. They want
Oh.
themselves, and they lie to you. Oh, you're like you're hot. You're pretty. I'm like, but you just
Well,
And you say, "Yo, I need a loan for $1 million," and they're like, "Well, your credit score kind of sucks." I mean,
Well, I got a great credit
I
score. I
agree.
can get $1 million from the bank.
that's
If
not
it
what he's
comes back-
saying. It's
no, it's an analogy. It's an analogy.
I know. I'm using the same analogy.
Okay.
And I've got the credit, like
Oh yeah,
I'm not talking about my literal credit score.
With all due respect, you don't. Men of status and money typically don't want to date sex workers. I'm sorry.
They do. They pay me. They pay $900 an hour to beg me to leave my job so they can.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Wait,
And
you
I
don't
don't.
agree.
I
Stop,
fuck them.
Stop.
I got one.
Hour, $100.
Hang out.
You're fucking expensive, nigga.
wait.
Well, you're fucking expensive. $9 an hour?
No, but fresh. That's fine though.
New Zealand dollars. That's about what, 400 USD.
Okay, but my question is, if these guys are lining up to date you or whatever, then why are you still single? Then?
Because
If these rich men are running after you and want to actually seriously date you and take you seriously.
Because I'm so young and I want to build something up for myself. To give a man the power to feed you. you give him
All right.
So,
I just want to have something
wait,
for
wait,
myself.
wait, hold on.
Before I
Short
submit
We have
to
a
man.
talk council.
Short
I'm so
independence.
young, yeah. And I want
Short independence, right? You want independence?
Yeah.
While
at
you're
this
young.
stage in my life, yeah,
While you're
I just want to, be with my friends. Like if I was a boyfriend, you wouldn't want me to go to Miami with my girlfriend, so I would respect that.
Fair. So when do you want to stop being free and young and wild?
So when it feels right, I guess. But I feel like I'm still quite young.
25, 30?
Oh, no, like I'm quitting at the end of this year on my like stripping stuff. So I'll probably look into like taking dating and stuff seriously.
All right, man. You're lost, bro. But you know what? At least you're young. Hopefully you recognize it later on, but like you're lost.
All right, freshman, Miss Molly.
That's why women need guidance, bro. Like, you know you're
What
doing
do I
everything
need?
backwards, right?
How so? Please guide me.
When a woman is at her peak, she should be trying to find
Molly left? No.
Taking dating and stuff seriously.
All right, man. You're lost, bro. But you know what? At least you're young. Hopefully you recognize it later on, but like you're lost.
All right, freshman, Miss Molly.
That's why women need guidance, bro. Like, you know you're
What
doing
do I
everything
need?
backwards, right?
How so? Please guide me.
When a woman is at her peak, she should be trying to find a man and consolidate on that man, not running around, having fun, partying, hooking up with other dudes. Did she leave?
Yeah.
Molly left. She was useless anyway, honestly. Like she should be focusing on like
Trying to find a man.
trying to find a guy.
Well, I could
At her
very
peak.
easily do that and have like a rich man pay for my life, but that doesn't feel very
Free.
Well, I'll tell you this: as you get older and you have more experience and stuff, you're earning your future.
I'm not going to lean entirely on a man. I'm just saying at this stage, I want to create something like for myself. Like I want to buy
That's
a
fine.
house.
Are you
like,
willing
have my
to-
own-
Are you willing to lower your standards then?
No. I'm not. Like, what are you saying? Like, after all this is done, I'll like have my own money, buy a house or something like that, and then
Yeah, they'd be all
I'll,
washed
like,
up.
do the dating, and then if so, I'm never trapped by a man. Like I'm not gonna just because I'm pretty. I very well can. I live there in New Zealand. Like, I don't have a man pay for everything and look after me. It just doesn't feel right to me. Like I want to have something of my own.
So you have a backup plan at home.
Not a backup plan. No.
Yeah, I just don't think you understand what I'm trying to explain.
You're saying that girls in their peak should like find and settle with like
Yes.
men.
Yes. A woman should. Right now, you're in a casino.
No, it's coming from a place of like, what's the word? Desperation. Like, oh, I need this man to like save me because I can't like look after.
It's not about being saved. It's about being intelligent enough to understand when you're up and your chips are up where you're at and leaving the casino when you're up. The problem with women is that you guys are in the casino gambling.
I just want to have my emergency fund. I want my
Sure, have your emergency fund, but I'm telling you, what's going to end up happening is you're going to leave the casino when the chips are down, and you're not going to qualify for the guy that you want. Like you've already disqualified yourself from a large majority of men by your professional loan. I don't think you understand that. Like, okay, why would a guy who's a multimillionaire that has options of dating a girl who doesn't do sex work date you when you and the other girl have very similar traits?
because it's me.
You
Like
just described.
I said,
You just described traits that other women here at the table have.
and then
You know what's crazy about this delusion here is that you have men that do this for you right now, right? The problem is he's saying it's going to stop at some point,
exactly.
and if you wait too long,
I'm not gonna wait too long. No.
but they all say that. They'll say I'm going to stop this year, the next year. They never stop because it's too good. You meet a guy, you're having a blast, being a slut all around Miami. It's fun. A year, 2 years, and then it's like, oh shit, I'm 30 years old. I'm telling you, it happens all the time.
That's not part of my plan.
Yeah, but
It never is part of that.
fresh mark. Like
Trust me.
these are the guys that she love and respect. These guys that she's meeting for money, they're old, they're full women. So that's why she's saying this. If you were to get a guy, no, trust me, you ain't stupid. Like if you were a guy that actually love and respect you, that you would love and respect, you would have fucked with him already. You would have got married, engaged.
Yeah, the guy was a loser that she was looking.
Yeah, you're
She didn't like him.
like you date rich losers.
He had money or whatever, but like she wasn't attracted to him. He probably wasn't able to get her emotionally,
Yeah,
stimulated. Price of old ugly rich nigga, some shit like that.
I call it a golden cage. A guy's money, but it's not.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, think about it. No woman wants to like work. So it's like she must have really not like this guy to fucking turn to dancing, like for random strangers. Not trying to be an asshole.
no,
So like, he must have really not like that guy.
I was always nuts.
okay, keep it real. You came here to be a slut.
no, fresh. She came in to meet a rich man.
I can't do shit like this. I don't know. I want to
Content.
social media. Modeling. We talked about.
Alright.
To do that.
It's just lost. It's over, man.
I just don't think
Well,
women
that's-
understand the math. Yeah, what do you guys think about this conversation?
I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just saying, as
No,
a
you
woman, I want to have like something for myself before fully like.
You're
settling.
going about it the worst way
Yes.
possible. If you want to actually have something for yourself and still make yourself a viable
Like a
candidate,
backup plan. Like I don't.
you're going about it the absolute worst way. You
How
could have
so?
you could have gotten a regular job, you could have like, stayed with your parents and saved up money that way if you really
I
wanted to
wasn't
bring
gonna
some
get
fun
me
for
a
yourself.
house in a few years. Like
The man is
the
his
job
house.
market in New
The
Zealand.
man has a house.
Fast money always comes with slow problems. And I'm telling you right now, like a lot of guys are gonna like the high value men that you want are gonna, think twice about settling with a girl that used to be a stripper. Sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well,
Like a woman's
I
past.
I
is super
respectfully,
important.
I disagree with you
I mean, you're still
I-
single.
yeah.
You're still single.
by choice.
No, it's not by choice. You
By
know,
choice.
you don't get down to a guy and say, "Yo, marry me, nigga." Like, like you have to choose to marry you. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
not by
there's no
choice.
such thing as a girl. I'm single by choice. That's fucking cat. Like that's like me
Men-
saying like
men-
I don't
men
get
are the
laid, but
easiest
I don't
thing
get
to
laid by
get.
choice. I'm an incel by choice, motherfucker. Okay,
Yeah, right.
I'm celibate by choice. Most guys are not celibate by choice. Most women are not single by choice. The problem is that the guy that you want either hasn't come around or you haven't or he doesn't want you back. But it is what it is, bro. Like, what do you ladies think? I want to make sure you guys go ahead and get involved in it.
Come on, Nigeria. You got it.
Y'all think she's delusional or you guys agree with her?
If you,
No, I don't
You guys
think
keep it real.
I thought you guys said that it doesn't really matter what a woman does, like self-improvement from women, it doesn't matter. She's always gonna have options. So now you're saying that because she's a companion, that she's not gonna get like a partner. Kind of a contradiction.
Me and you both know that there's a difference between options and viable fucking options. Let's be real here. Okay, ladies? You guys know there's plenty of guys in your DMs that hit you up and say, I'll send you $100, I'll do this, I'll fly you. But you guys know who the real viable options are versus men that are just hitting you up and you just use them for whatever you can. You need to get them from. And she knows this as well. So I'm talking about viable options, real options. Like men that you're actually attracted to and aroused by. Very few of these men exist. And when you do find them, why would he pick you over another girl? And I don't think enough women ask themselves this question.
you'll be another number on the board. Number.
I just disagree.
And
Only delusion.
I've seen your IG, miss.
You did?
You're delusional. I see why you do it.
Can we see it, Chris?
IG's weird.
You can ask the chat if they're white material.
Well, you're gonna look at my obviously not online. Like I'm selling like a
You
package
are
online.
who you are online,
No,
bro.
no, online's fake. It's all fake. You're not
fair.
absolutely not online.
I understand
I'm
it's fake.
so
Listen,
conservative.
I understand it's fake.
Conservative beliefs.
Bro, you conservative?
Hell yeah.
Conservative?
Then I'm white.
Huh?
Then I'm white then.
Bro, your IG is wild.
You do
I'm white.
understand that your profession
Yeah,
is
bro.
completely antithetical to conservative values, right?
What?
Do you understand that your profession is completely antithetical to conservative values?
Yes, but the way I go about it, I align it with my guys. I choose not to get naked. I don't want to.
Sweetheart.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ died
Yeah.
for our sins.
Yeah.
Right? If you're saying you're a Christian, going into the lion's den, literally being a stripper,
Yeah.
would he be proud of you?
Jesus hung out with the strippers and the criminals.
And what did he do? Condemn them to change.
Yeah.
You're not changing, nigga.
Yeah.
Yo, what the
You're a man with
No, you're not.
opportunities.
Even if you did change, if your boyfriend finds out what you used to do, he's going to have serious questions about pursuing anything further.
Well, he would know me well enough, like you know the person I am.
No, you won't.
I wouldn't tell him if I were you.
You would tell somebody what you did in the past?
I wouldn't tell him
I'm
if I
not
were you.
ashamed of it, nah.
You know what? When I see your body count, you said what? You said it was, I don't
You
know
said,
about
I
telling.
don't
Yeah,
care.
I don't know tell. So you know being crazy is it's a bad thing. You know, you would say other men it's not a good thing.
What do you mean?
If I was a man, didn't you, and you told me you entertain men, I would assume you're fucking these niggas.
I get paid to entertain men.
This entertain his dick, all right? So once again, I would assume I would assume
Men are going to assume you're having sex with
that
you.
you're having sex.
Yeah,
Listen.
like I'm just looking
Yeah,
at the comments.
you know
and, like,
that, so.
like,
Listen, you told
If you-
you told us what you actually do, right?
yeah,
We can talk about it, all think about it.
yeah.
I understand you. The man that you meet, he don't give a fuck. Oh, you used to be a stripper?
Yeah.
Or he would know.
You
Like,
can
he would
assume.
know me. He'd be like, okay, like,
He
No, I
made
didn't
this
know
about
you.
you. You say, you know what? She
Like
might be
I
lying.
know Alicia well enough to know like she would not fuck for money.
Alicia, I
He
think
doesn't
like
know. We can assume. We can already know.
Oh, he'll know me. Like you
Listen,
spent
you
enough
told
time
us,
with
right?
me.
I still don't know you. You can be lying to me right now.
Exactly.
What
You have to just like
are you very picky
be
with men?
so extremely. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say 100 guys come up to you and introduce themselves. How many of them are you rejected? 95 of them probably?
I don't know.
97?
Probably. Who knows?
Okay, what would you reject
I
them
mean,
for?
like-
Maybe the first impression was weird?
Yeah.
So you think that you're the only
Well,
one that
I'm
has
not speed dating my way through life.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I find it kind of interesting how like you're okay. You've rejected hundreds of men at face value, and you don't think men are going to do that to you.
At face like, it's the way I like present myself. I'm saying like I would reject a man if he was.
Yeah, but like you notice how like
Actively
in
being
your example,
weird
you're like
or
he's going to give me the
disrespect.
benefit of the doubt. In your example, it's like he's going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but it's like what I'm saying is that you reject men all the time and don't give them benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but I'm not lining like these men aren't lining up for me. It has to be someone organically. Like, what are you saying? That's not how life works.
I'm saying you reject men at face value all the time,
Yeah.
right? But over here, when we say, well, if you talk about your profession, you're like, well, they're not going to reject me because they're going to know me. Why would they
Yeah.
even bother to get to know you if they know what you used to do?
Well, they
Well, I
know me
understand.
well. Like, I wouldn't say like off rip. I would say, hey, I'm a stripper. Like, I would like they would get to know me and like the way I carry myself and the person I am.
Yep.
And then I'd be like, yeah. And then like most of the time, people are like, oh wow, I did not know.
I mean, they find out.
Okay, and you don't think that will disqualify you if they find that out later?
Because I would have known me well. Like, at
I
that
understand
point,
what she's trying to say.
Yeah, liked me enough as a person. So
You
I'm
think that's realistic?
quite likable.
I think it's as simple as getting to know the person first, right? Like what's inside, your beliefs, ethics,
Yeah.
all of that, like who she is as a person.
Yeah, like if you put 100 men in front of me and then you told them I'm a stripper.
And
I'd be like,
I know why you're laughing, but I mean, she's not gonna go off grid.
We put 100 men in front of you.
No, I mean it's crazy how women give each other horrible advice.
Yeah. Don't do that, not
Like,
right.
and you know that's fucking bullshit what you just said, but you don't want to hurt her feelings, which is fine.
No, I think what
but-
she's trying to say is when she's meeting a person, when she meets a person, when she meets a guy.
Yeah. I wouldn't be speed
Let
dating.
me give you something. Let me tell you guys something that your father might have not told you, or a man that you love hasn't told you. When we come up to you and try to ask for your phone number or say, hey, can we go on a date or whatever, you have to reject us and say, I have a boyfriend. I'm not interested. I'm gay, whatever. You have to reject the man up front, right? We don't reject you guys the same way. We reject you by saying, oh, yeah, let's hang out sometime. Oh, let's go here, whatever. But in the back of our mind, we know we're never going to wife her. We know, okay, this girl's not wife material. She's fun for now material. The difference between men and women is,
better things with
can you
your time.
be quiet for 2 seconds and pay attention? You learn something here. Men reject women covertly. Women reject men overtly. You won't know if we rejected you because we want to continue to see you and get sex from you while we see other women. We put you in a box. And I'm sure many of you guys know what I'm talking about. Maybe there's been a guy that, only contacted you for sex or never, asked you to be his girlfriend or, would only call you at 2 a.m., whatever it may be. I don't expect you to disclose that now, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that women tell guys, I'm not interested up front, so he leaves. Men say, I'm not interested in their head and keep you around. So it's interesting how you'll sit there and be like, oh, well, no, they'll still talk to me, blah, blah. But you don't know, they already fucking curved you years ago. They just won't tell you. And they'll curve you because of something that you might not even know. Maybe disclose something you weren't supposed to disclose. He finds out that you hooked up with a certain guy. He finds out what you used to do for work. He finds something else out, and they'll just quietly curve you and never take you seriously. You just won't know.
That's fine.
Wait, you know what? Fuck it. If me and you were dating Alicia, right? Like 5 years, right? And you found out before I dated you, I was gay. Would you leave me?
What do you know? Well, I would leave you, yeah. It doesn't matter.
Okay then. Okay then.
Well, I don't even care. Here. What are we doing?
I'm the personality though. You left me for 5 years strong.
Then I would have.
But
Well, then clearly you weren't gay.
Yeah,
Like,
in the past I was gay,
you
but
didn't
no.
show any signs of being gay.
I know. I didn't try to I mean,
And you
yeah.
didn't show any signs of being a fucking stripper.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
first fucking reason I know. You're smart. You're really
I
not.
get it, stripper.
Oh,
It's equivalent for men. It's equivalent
as
for
a
men.
people for men, you probably,
If a guy's gay, you don't fuck with that, right? If you're a stripper, you don't fuck with that either.
you know
I'm
what?
telling you this to your face.
You know,
Right.
don't click the shit.
She said she was smart earlier. Come on, man. It's an analogy.
You know, like I may not thought, you know, to say that, let's say it for purposes, right?
Yeah.
If I took one dick, it wouldn't matter, right? Okay, then if you put one nigga that paid for you, it wouldn't matter to us. So it's the same shit.
So in all caps, so you understand, the past does matter. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Come on, this shit, just one dick.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how like, it's wild how like she'll like if
Yeah,
she found
right.
out her boyfriend was gay, leaves him immediately.
Yeah.
Right, but she expects
Oh,
guys to like make
someone
a
told you that.
understand
That's one
her
thing.
and her past. You know, it's just absolutely insane.
Come on, it's one
Like,
dick.
I think that's
well,
such
no,
a
no,
horrible
no, no,
analogy.
It's not a horrible analogy.
Okay, she's cooked.
Yeah, dude.
We can move
I
forward.
don't mean to be an asshole, but you're not.
Yeah.
You're
You're
dumb.
you're not
really
getting
dumb.
it.
No,
You're not
offense.
getting it,
Like,
yeah.
and I don't look, and I'm not trying to
She's
be an asshole.
playing dumb, you know?
But this is a perfect example of what I mean. You're not that intelligent. And you can't understand analogies, but you're still, killing it in life somehow. Like,
But you know what?
there's no competence requirement for women.
I would still smash. Okay, we can move.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a smash.
From our sponsor, speaking of which, tipping in, France. This is a paid advertisement for Rumble Wallet. They're sponsoring this portion of the show. All right, chat, let's talk. Real talk. If you actually want my attention, there's now a clear line to it. Here's how it works. We're prioritizing rants sent to Rumble Wallet. If you send one, we see it and we respond. Simple as that. For limited time, you can start using Rumble Wallet today for $20 US stablecoin for tipping Rumble creators like ourselves. By entering promo code FRESH20, you sign up now. Questions, hot takes, stuff you really want to react to, don't bury it in chat. Put it in a rant. So let's be honest here. Regular chats fly by. But when you use Rumble Wallet, we cut through everything. So here's the move. Scan the QR code, use the link in the description box down below, and download Rumble Wallet today. Try it yourself. Don't forget, use the code FRESH20 and claim $20 tipping USAT. Second tip is easy. Open the chat, like you're sending a Rumble rant, hit pay with Rumble Wallet. It's basically the VIP line. You want a shout out, you want us to actually engage with the chat what you're saying, use Rumble Wallet and claim $20 USAT, my code FRESH20. This is ranting. We're watching as well. So this is just some rules here, guys. Restrictions do apply. There are limited number of entries available. Again, restrictions do apply. The limited number of entries available. Certain conditions apply as well. See the description box down below or visit rumble.com/promoofficial rules for details. All right, cool. Good to go.
Back to
Yeah, that whole thing.
what then?
So you're saying if I was with someone and then 5 years later, or like later on, I was like, oh, I'm a stripper. And I would like, at that point, they would know me well enough and they'd be like, oh, like, I get, and I'd be like, you understand why I did that? I did that, to make money. I'm like determined.
You understand why I
But
suck
being
dick.
gay, that's not a good comparison.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
you know,
why
it's the
the
same
fuck were
thing.
you
It's
gay?
actually perfectly analogous.
It's not. It's like
It's-
very good. You just like that.
No, but
But as a stripper, and like my underlying traits there are like, yeah.
and Chad,
Well, like, well,
this is analogy, Chad. I'm not gay.
yeah, well, you can't compare those analogies in that case.
Yeah,
You're
I can.
admitting that you can't.
Yes, I can because like
If you said that you used to be
Yeah.
gay, like that's
no, but you see how that was a knee-jerk reaction? You was like, ugh, what the fuck? This is the same way how we feel when we found out that hey, you should dance and entertain the guys with money. Like it's to us, it's a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay, we're gonna go for you.
So,
and go
There-
for
like
Rumble.
there's no logic to that.
But this is overly cooked, bro.
We just see that and we just paint picture in our head. Oh my gosh, she must have done so and so and so.
Download Dream Time today. Feel the burn in your legs? Good. Burning in your eyes? Not good. Zyger targets inflammation at the root of dry eyes. Yeah.
You know, if I
Yeah.
if I said the things that women say, and I had the intelligence that women have, everyone would laugh me off the internet. Like, I find it absolutely incredible. And I'm not saying this to shit on you, but like a lot of women have this.
Yes, sir, man. We back, man. Game four tonight, man. The main attraction, man. The headline, the ultimate fight for the final boss. Man. We finally here, man. We got 6 ladies up here, man. Y'all see it, man. We got a big 3-on-3, but this is not the big 3. This is the trenches big 3. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, this is the first time we got the all the games been crazy, but I really
So much child in the other
I
team.
ain't gonna talk to them. We're gonna get straight to it. So to my right here, I got Diamond Queen of the Coins. Then we got Becca. Then we got Leah. This is my team to the right. Man. These ladies
A lot of thickness on that side. Damn.
My team over here got other plans. But before we get over here, man, y'all got anything y'all want to tell the people that's watching, or anything, family, friends, y'all got anything y'all want to say? Scoring predictions, anything before we get this game started?
I just want to give glory to God. Thank you for allowing us to be here.
Man, good, God is great. That's good. Now to my left over here, yeah, we got Liz. You from Houston, Texas? At that age, man. Then we got Mackenzie. Where you from? Oh, she triple D. Then we got Liz. She ain't trying to. Oh, you ain't trying to talk. Wait, tell her where you from. She ain't trying. I know what she gonna say. I ain't trying to talk. I'm trying to take her. She locked in. Y'all got anything y'all want to tell the people? Man, y'all got any scoring predictions, shout outs? Y'all want to shout out God, anything? Shout out any family members, anything before we get started? Check her. I like her. Check her. Yeah. What she said. Whatever she said. All right, man. I ain't gonna tell y'all that. We finna get straight to it, man. Let's check her, man. Back to confusing the rook, man.
Back at it. Liz and Mackenzie versus Leah, Becca and Avery. I like this one.
This is gonna be a great game.
Which one is Becca?
We got some killers on the court.
Half sleeve. Oh, yeah, that's my dog, because I wear a half sleeve too.
We got some killers on the court, man. I'm trying not to be biased, y'all, but I got 2 of my dogs on the court, man.
Oh, yeah, buddy. I like this one.
Okay. That's moving. They playing a little physical already. Game just started, man.
Definitely the game just started.
I like that. So I'm thinking they think that that's a turnover. In threes, that's not a turnover. Yeah, the person.
Oh, deep ball.
Whoa. Such a bad shot. How do you airball a 3, man? Get that shit up. You shooting deep.
Back up for the threes.
Too much ass on that fucking court. Ooh, I know she's getting the D.
That's her game right there. That's her game right there. Come on, Liz. Oh, I ain't seen no foul.
The thickness on that team is crazy.
Definitely do. Damn. Pull up. That's a good rebound.
My God. Show me something, Melissa. Anyone? Huh? Hey, one thing I know, so Alyssa can go. Alyssa can go. Alyssa
She invite me too.
Alyssa
Fuck.
can go. Let's shoot the freaking right now. So I see she automatically got the
No, she
mismatch,
getting the fucking D.
looks like. Okay,
Too
whatever,
much
mismatch.
ass.
Okay, show me some, Liz. Let's have one.
Tits just hanging.
Let's have one.
Ass out.
Hey, you
Oh my
about
god.
to see something? You about to see something? You about to see something? You about to see something? That's a tank on 2 feet right there. That's a tank on 2
That
feet.
ain't a tank, that's a submarine.
That ain't it though.
I can't play against that.
What else she can do with that?
Most definitely gotta play against D-Baby.
It's over.
Shout out top notch D-Baby, man. Money line D.
Knock it down. Boom.
They ain't killing y'all like that? Well, shit. A lot of thickness on that team. I mean, how do you guard this speed, bro?
Show me something. Another one.
Better force a mixed man to put that big girl on the block.
No, you can't play.
I think I like the women playing better than the men's. Oh my god. This is turk.
This is the main event for a reason.
Most definitely the
This
main
was the main
event.
event for a reason.
Oh my god.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Not down with it. Oh, come on, man. Okay, so they got the rebound. Look for the inside. Take it back.
What a bad pass.
Okay, she take it back out. Let's see what they got to do. Hey, I'm lucky. I'm speechless right now. I can't do nothing but watch.
Too much people on the mic.
Okay. We're trying.
Somebody got to get out the mic.
Hey, go. We just get started. Yeah, so think about it. That's all right. That's late. You gonna call the caller? That's late though. Come on, K-Dub. That's late, K-Dub. That's late. That's late. Fuck. Slow down and see the ball. It's like they just shoot
They don't know what they doing. Get a ball to the big girl. Fuck. Baby Shaq on the court.
Hey, what's the score, man?
The IQ on this team is stupid. But hey, it's thick though. I fuck with the thickness, but the IQ is like negative 30.
Liz and Mackenzie. 13-3. Oh, yeah. I like
There ain't
that.
no foul.
Wait,
Travel.
three of them. I want to put this mic down so bad. Jump around with my dog. I want to put this mic down so bad. Shout out to the main event, man. This Lynn's comfort zone. This Lynn's comfort zone. That's a layup. She tried to bucket. Oh, that's great. My Lord.
And one, bitch.
Ladies, Alyssa and Mackenzie. 13-7. Yeah, listen, yeah.
Show us something. Show us something. Gotta lean in.
I'm speechless, man. Let's go.
Big girl can't get off the ground.
I'm not.
Oh shit. Oh damn.
Basketball is a game of runs.
The big girl, the thick girl is hitting trays. Man, no, get out the way, bitch. Get out the way.
The real bliss. The real bliss.
Bro, she gotta move, bro.
Ladies night and the trend.
She gotta get the fuck out the way.
It's going up.
That was a mixed match.
I like it.
Those momentum killers.
And she can shoot. She can shoot. She didn't already hit two. They finna start playing tight. I think they should start finding her too. Oh yeah. Knock it out. Hey, bro. Give me another one. Oh. Switch the ball. Switch the ball. Switch them. Switch them.
They just look lazy. I don't know, cat.
Yup. So you don't gotta pass it in? Let's go. Okay. What? I mean, it is what it is. Same rules. Yeah. Eighteen 12, Miss Free Throw. Free throw by Liz. Oh! She did not touch her. She did not touch her. They said it's on the floor. Hey. It's an offensive foul, y'all. Hey, I ain't want to see. She said moving screen. She said no. She said she moving on them things. Offensive foul. Gotta stay steady on the screens. Told you that's a pro. Told you that's a pro right there.
No, fuck it ain't.
Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back.
Everybody can be a pro at this point. Fuck it, we all pros.
Liz has to attack her matchup.
Rebound.
Who really came up? Yo! I didn't even know this was a real game. At least she got. We can't be talking about that right now. Let's talk something. Miss Freak though. Miss Freak though.
You playing away?
Miss has an advantage, and she need. Keep it on the game. I think she got an advantage though. She needs to take advantage. There we go. That's a great shot, man. K-Dub, check in. I mean, log in, K-Dub.
I got the best in the house.
You really do. This cameraman in my way, but I'm seeing it. You doing his job, though. I love it. Yeah. I can't wait to watch it later. Knock it down. It's one up. I do it. Fatigue. Did she just hot fire her? Y'all didn't see that? Hey, y'all didn't see her hot fire her? You seen it? Ray seen it. She hot fired her right here. She was playing defense and she I'm gonna steal that. Thank you. I love the troll. Come on, back up. Is she backing up?
They gotta just get out the court, bro.
Tom, man, we in the trenches, man. Liz,
One
Kizzy,
thing.
Leah, Becca, and Avery are going crazy. They going crazy. This is the craziest 3v3 women.
The IQ on this team is negative 30.
So, man, make sure y'all like, subscribe to yourself. Volume 4. Subscribe to the channel, man. Make sure y'all tune in. Go.
Back in character. TSL Volume 4 Ladies Night. Man, ain't even going crazy, man. I don't got too much to say. Excellent defense. I think Liz gonna step it up a little bit. She got for them to separate. She has to. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I like Becca though. She gotta get some more shots and really get back to the game.
So for sure.
Liz is WNBA. She don't.
And she's talking. Hey, they're talking. They're talking face to face. Yeah.
Bro, get out the court.
What you said? Three spins in a row.
They gotta get out the court, bro.
Okay. One thing about women, man, we fired up on the shit talking. You gonna be the hell right here. So come on. ISO. ISO. Shot it. Rebound. Go, Liz. You heard the smack on. You heard the smack on. Gotta play past that up the pound stuff. Gotta play past it. Can't get hit on it all the time. Hey, 25, 16. Who wait? They wait. They wait. Defense 25, 16. Liz, Alyssa, and Mackenzie. Don't sleep on the ladies, man. Don't sleep on the ladies. Gotta count it. That's continuation. Continuation that you made though. Hey, that's me. My bad.
And that SAT right there.
Wow.
Season 2 starts next week on Thursday.
That's pro work. Foul.
Like that.
Yeah.
Not to just go out there shit.
Hey, the shirt looks so nice. You can tell she work on that. That's her game right there. Yes. I'm telling y'all, Liz has to take over for them to win this game. Liz has to take over for them to win this game. Little English. Spanish. Me gusta. Okay. Step back. Yes, sir. Show me mine. I don't know. Okay.
It's 2 against 3, man.
Pick your mans up. Pick your mans up. Hey, we gotta take a brief
They
intermission.
playing 2-on-3, bro.
Oh, yeah, we got spices.
Hey, shut that spicy shit up, man. It's lopsided as fuck.
Switch him. I like her. Switch him. I just want to see her hit another one and switch the crowd. Just one time.
This is a lopsided.
She looks strong. Very, very great Laura City center. Oh. Nice color. Bucket. Oh. That's her game, though. She loves
Game over, man. This shit lopsided. The pre-K against the high schoolers.
Knock down, shoot it, bust it, wow. She gotta shoot the first one. Again. Gotta shoot the first one. She's definitely gonna hustle. She's gonna hustle. I think Liz is tired. They should get a timeout right here.
Take that shot this time. Yeah. Shot clock, y'all gotta slow down. Slow down, play your game, baby.
Hey, you can't be coaching back here. You don't be back. Don't. Hey, back here now. Okay, one point. Ladies, I think Liz is a little fatigued. Another one. Hey, she created that shot for her. Switch on. Switch on. Switch on. Switch on. Switch the crowd one time. Switch the crowd one time. Hey, at this point, whatever she shoots, it's gonna go in. Give me another one. You know the back of that ball, back. Oh. Ain't gonna lie, that was a good one. That was a good block. My hand was on the ball. My hand was on the ball. That was good defense. 46 drop. You think they gonna come back confusing fools? You think they gonna come back? All right. I love your honesty here.
And they turn the sliders.
Hey, switch the props up one time next time. WBA's Liz. You ain't tired. She shot it. That's a great shot. She shot it. That is a great shot. Hey, they've been leaving her all game. She gotta produce. Gotta produce. Shoot again. Oh yeah. Oh, good rebound, Becca. Nah. You got something? Slow down, Beck. So change of possession, Becca hit the ball last. Take out the ball. Like 30, 40 something like 13. 46. 46 or 13. Yes. I just asked you, you think they was gonna come back? You said no. Oh yeah, well she said it ain't telling nobody scored yet. Listen, you gotta shit. Okay, she posted up, give it to her. That's the advantage right there. She had to wipe her hands off. She wiped her hands off. Wipe her hands off first. That was a lady, man. She did grab her shirt. That is indeed a foul. I don't know what we arguing about. Knock it down. That's in the heavy. WNBA, baby. There you go. She keep doing that. They don't need a foul. Finally.
Both teams should have gave the nigga that wrong.
I was gonna say it's like true come out. It's going up again. Shoot that over here. Shoot the back of it. Back of Hammond. Back of Hammond. Hey, hold on. Hey, did she get dragged her down with her?
It's like the momentum.
Hey, I'm doing. Hey, main event is entertaining, man. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. That's nice. Nice.
I'm just anxious to know how many questions you have.
I kind of miss a little bit of Gonzo sometimes. Like sometimes those days where like you come in a really slutty outfit where you're wearing like actual stripper heels and like you kind of dance around and act as like a total whore and then you get like railed.
Welcome to the Adult Time Podcast.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Bree Mills. This is the Adult Time Podcast, and I am here with the one and only Romy Rain. Welcome, Romy. Hello,
Nice
hello.
to be here. Thanks.
Well, it is this, we were saying before we started recording today, it's pretty crazy that we just recently worked together.
Honestly, yeah. Can I say what I said?
Yes, you can.
I thought you didn't like me.
Can I say what I said? Which
Yes.
was like, no, I just work on random things, and our paths always like were like this because
Yeah.
you've definitely worked for Adult Time
Yeah.
over the years, right? It's just that it never clicked for us personally, but a couple of weeks ago, it definitely did.
Yeah.
And I think we should I think this should be the start of a lot more, so that we get
Yes,
away from that,
please. That was fun.
that misconception.
And I love that you care about like lines and like different angles and delivery.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I like how everything really matters to you on your sets.
That much, I will take that because that is true.
Yeah.
One thing
I love
you can
that.
always count on with me is that it's not a I can't wait to get home type of day. It's like,
Yeah.
how efficient can we make this day?
Yeah.
Well, Karen.
And it's not like a long day just for the sake of being long. You're doing things the
Yeah.
entire time, which
Yeah.
I really appreciate.
Yeah. Well, it was fantastic to work with you finally in person for the first time. I absolutely loved it, and I like working with you.
Yay.
And we're going to talk about all the amazing stuff that you've done in your career. Because for me, I'm going to fangirl a little bit. Okay, because you've done you've got like such a like list of accomplishments. And it's kind of my chance to like dig in and ask all the questions that I've always wanted to ask. So we're going to start with like an official ask me anything. So instead of our usual icebreaker game that we're going to play, the game we're going to play is an AMA. Okay. We put together a list of questions, our team, but we also asked our fans. Okay, so I'm going to mix in, and I'll let you know which ones are fan questions and which ones came from just like our internal fangirl team. But you know, despite how popular you are, despite how much of a career that you've had, you seem to be a fairly private person. Maybe that's just a
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
What's your name on London?
I'm foreign.
Foreign? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Where you from?
Miami.
Miami? Okay, okay. How your day going?
It's all right.
That's what's up. I just moved out here
Okay.
from Houston.
Uh, interesting.
For sure. So you stay in the area?
No,
Nah, I'm about to say I ain't never seen you over here. I was about to say neighbor. You know what I mean?
no, I ain't never seen you either.
Let's change that then. Maybe I didn't know you was home. Get your number.
No, I'm gay, baby.
You said what?
I'm gay.
What you like, girls?
Yeah.
I mean, I like what you like.
Well, that's why you can't like me, because I want you to have what I got.
Respect. What you have a good one then?
All right, baby.
Wait. What's up?
You say what's that?
Smooth here from Houston.
From Houston.
Yeah.
So you live over here, just in this one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much. What's up?
Okay, so you still want to talk to me, or you ain't?
What's up?
Hmm?
I said, what's up though?
So why you gonna lie?
I'm just fixing my car. Yeah.
Oh,
Come here. I mean, you wasn't even just trying to come with me though, for real.
well, I ain't really know what's up. I had to make sure.
What you mean you ain't know what's up?
I see what's going on.
So what you seeing now?
Something I like, clearly.
Oh, yeah, but you just told me you like girls, right?
Yeah,
So what happened to that?
I like both.
But you didn't just say that. You said you like girls. I said I like what you like. You said, oh well, you ain't gotta.
So if you could change,
What you mean? Change what?
what I like.
I mean, maybe I could, but you wasn't trying to. You just said you like both. So you talking in circles right now.
Exactly. I'm saying for you, I would like both. I'm telling you, I like girls.
But why me?
I'm just saying because I see something I like, I get what I want.
Okay, what is it that you like?
You,
But why me?
because
Well,
I just feel like it's something
Well,
special.
what I'm saying is, what was the difference between me over there and me right now?
Nothing.
All right, so why all of a sudden now you want? I'm asking you a question.
Because your heart is nice.
What my car got to do with anything?
That's cute.
What is it? What is my car telling me?
At least I know you got some money.
Yeah, what my money got to do with you?
I don't know.
Nothing.
You're right about that.
Exactly. Why you even talking about my money? I ain't asking you about your mouth, right?
So
Why I ain't asking you about that body, right?
yeah, we have this conversation yet.
I'm not expecting.
So you're not gonna say no number.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it's needed.
Now you don't feel like it's
I'll take your number and hit you when it's convenient for me.
just to be you.
My phone
good on that now, though.
So you saying that you don't want to know me at all?
For what, though? Like, what I'm getting out of that?
And I'm here.
But that's all I was trying to get to know you a couple minutes ago, right?
You guys doing push-ups incorrect. You need to have intention behind the push-up that you actually want to get gains from. First things first is actually keep your arms 45 degrees, not flared out, 45, and internally rotating your elbows. You see how my chest is contracted right now? And last but not least, sticking mind muscle connection as you're going down, you're expanding and contracting your chest. So it's going to look something like this. Getting into push-up position, being sure you flex your glutes. Forward. You want to internally rotate the elbows, arms 45 degrees as you go down. Expand your chest when you go up, contract, squeeze. Same thing down 45. Come on.
Since you've been using your Discover cashback card, 25% cashback in restaurants or water. Now, it's rate maintain. Oh, you mean my Discover cashback?
Activate and earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter and up to $1,500 in purchases.
Face to Discover.
His phone is addicted to him.
I don't always drink beer.
You're a kid, right? Like me.
Second and 6. They go quick. Gets it out. Over back. Christian Watson. Packer fans so glad to see the fourth-year man's return. He is a yard short of the first half. 3rd and 1. Pressure comes. Love gets rid of it. It is incomplete. Romeo Dobbs went down to get it. Couldn't scoop it. The defense with Joey Porter Jr. It is 3 and out for the Packers. Heavy for the Steelers on 2nd and 7. Play action for Rodgers. Gets it out to one of those early tight ends. That's about the 27-yard line. Technically a tackle. Spencer Anderson out to make the grab. Bringing 4. Parsons forces Rodgers to escape, but is there at the end. He and Khalil Mack beat at the quarterback. Rashawn Gary, for the sack. Back at the 38-yard line. And Gary combo with Parsons. Huge factor. Long field goal coming. Chris Boswell, 56-yard attempt. Nails it. Boswell. John Fitzpatrick, the tight end. And he's a fullback for the moment. As Love spins and fires complete. It's Dobbs into Steeler territory at the 40-yard line. To get it 24 to Romeo Dobbs. And Christian Watson was on the field that way to that. This are feeling good. Still got some Malik Heath. Tackling down the sideline. Inside the 20. Heath thrown down by Wilson, but he's got a first down against his 3rd catch of the season.
It's so hard. It really hasn't worked out.
The 16 to crack the tight end with Lockett. It's on the fight to the end zone. Touchdown. Tucker. Kraft. It's not just tight ends day. Extended to the 9th. Packers take the lead.
Watch him come up here, and you'll see Love have to drop down his arm angle to sort of throw it under and around Watt. And then there it was, Tucker Kraft. The run after catch, he is making a big name for himself.
Four-man rush. Rogers quick fire with Hazard. Cooper with the tackle. He's had a good couple of series. And then it was 7-3. First down from Love. Soft toss out to Emmanuel Wilson. And on this series, loose it out of bounds. It's Herbig hit him on the sideline.
But he was not happy with him.
Oh, no doubt. Stick off. Kraft again. Taking off up the field. Tucker Kraft cuts inside to the 40-yard line and down to the 39. Steelers bringing heat. Reggie off the corner picked up. Love shot downfield. Dobbs can't bring it in. This last couple of games with a quad injury. Here from 57. Short. Memorable ones at big spots. Full Lambeau weekends. Treat to watch. That's by Kenneth Gainwell. The backup running back gets just inside the 40-yard line. And Pittsburgh will have a first down.
And if he doesn't like a certain look, he'll just take it and flip it out to one of the wide receivers quickly.
So the hand signals that way, look that way, it's covered. The other side for can't bring it in. As Carrington, Valentine was in covered from TK Metcalf.
Well, watch this play at the end because once Metcalf established that inside position, I go, oh, that's a touchdown. And then Valentine just got his hands in right at the right moment to flick it out.
Boswell, who made from 56, now from 50. Nails another, and he was doing work on that spot where his plant foot was going to land before the kick was made. Here they come. Drifts, pumps, gets hit hard as a pass. It's incomplete. Flags come down. Taking over 50 for the 36. Aaron pulls it and showing that mobility outside the pocket. The 49-yard line. 13 on the game for Ben Skowronek. That starting role as a safety. Barrett inside. Good play design for 9. Xavier McKinney, the tackle for Green Bay. So he gets the count from Rogers. Play clock runs down. Oftentimes, with the chaos, he's thrown underneath incomplete. Johnny Smith is forced out of the first half of the 24-yard line. 48-yard field goal. It's just the snapper. Corliss Waitman, the punter, is the holder. Operation clean and 3 Boswell field goals. As Pittsburgh on top.
Stronger personalities.
Well done, yeah.
And Jordan Love is someone
quick, the tight end got into the mid-trick. About 5 yards.
Haven't converted yet on third down.
Steelers bring it twisting 4. Love throws inside. Can't bring it in. Tucker couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. Pittsburgh 2. He brings the big one. Right, Warren, left side. Good run for 11. Jalen Warren, first down. It's spotted short, 2nd and inches. Warren left.
You know that feeling when you're the last one in the building. The hallway that's usually packed with 2,000 kids goes so quiet you can hear the vending machine running 3 floors down. That's how this starts. And by the end, I need you to ask yourself, would you have stayed or would you have run? I was 17, a junior at a high school outside Columbus, Ohio, and I had detention that Thursday for something so stupid, I don't even remember what it was anymore. Talking back, probably. The kind of thing that gets you an hour alone in room 118 with Mr. Kessler, the detention monitor, who spent most of the hour on his phone, and let us out early if we behaved. That day, he let us out at 4:40 instead of 5. I was the only one who'd stayed the full hour because I'd fallen asleep in the back row. When I walked out, the hallway lights were already dimmed to the after-hours setting, that dull orange glow that makes everything look like a photograph from 30 years ago. I had to grab my chemistry binder from my locker before I left, because I had a test the next morning and I was not about to fail it. My locker was down by the science wing, past the gym, past the cafeteria, all the way at the end where the newer building connects to the old one. I want you to picture that walk. Long stretch of empty tile, trophy cases catching the orange light, every classroom door shut, every window dark. I got to my locker, number 214, and spun the combination. I'd done it so many times that I barely had to think about it. I opened the door and reached in for my binder. It wasn't there. In its place was a folder I didn't recognize. It was a plain tan folder, slightly bent at the corner, like it had been carried around in someone's bag for a while. I figured maybe I grabbed the wrong locker out of habit, so I checked the number again. 214. Definitely mine. My gym clothes were still balled up in the bottom, my hoodie still hanging on the hook. I opened the folder because at 17, curiosity beats common sense every single time. Inside were photographs, printed on regular paper, photos of me. Not creepy long lens surveillance shots, just normal pictures that make your stomach drop precisely because they're so ordinary. Me at my locker, me walking to the parking lot, me sitting in the cafeteria with my friends, laughing at something, completely unaware. Under the photos was a single sheet of paper with handwriting on it, not printed, handwritten in blue pen, pressed hard enough that you could feel the letters on the back of the page. It said, "You should lock your locker better. Anyone could get in." There was no name and no actual threat. Somehow that made it worse. Whoever wrote it wasn't trying to scare me. They were telling me they'd already gotten into my locker. I stood there in that empty hallway for what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably 30 seconds, listening to my own breathing get loud in my ears. Then I heard the janitor's cart squeak somewhere near the gym, and it snapped me out of it. I grabbed the folder, slammed my locker, and walked, not ran, because some stupid part of my brain still cared about looking normal, straight to the front office. The office was locked. Everyone had gone home at 4:30. Of course they had. I called my mom from the front steps of the school, and she picked me up 15 minutes later, and I told her everything in the car, and she believed me, because why wouldn't she? I had the folder sitting right there in my lap as proof. We drove straight to the police station. An officer took a report, photographed the photos, bagged the note. He told us it was probably a prank, some kid who knew my combination, nothing to lose sleep over. I wanted to believe him. On the drive home, I kept checking the back seat at red lights. I knew how stupid that was. I checked anyway. For about 2 weeks, nothing happened. I got a new lock, the twist kind instead of the combination dial, figuring that solved it. I started walking with a friend to my locker instead of going alone. Normal life came back the way it does, the way you let it because you need it to. Then on a Tuesday, I opened my locker before first period, and there was a second folder. This one only had one photo in it, taken the night before through my bedroom window from what had to be the yard behind my house. Me at my desk, doing homework, lamp on, curtains open because I never thought to close them. Whoever took it had been standing in my own backyard, close enough to see the pencil in my hand. The note this time said, "New lock, smart, doesn't matter." This person never touched me, never said a word to my face, never left a fingerprint the lab could match to anyone in the system. What they did was worse in its own quiet way. They proved twice that the places I thought were mine, my locker, my bedroom, meant nothing to them. The school put in new cameras covering the science wing after that. My parents put motion sensor lights on the house and a lock on the fence gate that hadn't existed before. The police opened a file, then a task force, because apparently mine wasn't the only locker. 3 other students had gotten folders that semester too. 2 boys and 1 girl, all juniors, all from different friend groups. Each folder contained photos, and each note was written in the same handwriting. It never escalated past the notes. No one was ever hurt. Whoever it was simply stopped, sometime around spring break that year, as abruptly as it had started, and the case went cold and stayed cold. I graduated. I moved away for college. I don't check my old locker number anymore. Obviously, some new kid has it now. Some kid who has no idea what happened in that same slab of metal 3 years before they ever spun the dial. But the part I still think about isn't the photos. It's that second note. Doesn't matter. The new lock didn't matter. The curtains didn't matter. Someone had figured out our routines well enough to watch us without ever being seen. I graduated, went to college, and eventually stopped thinking about that school every day. But every once in a while, I'll be alone somewhere and catch myself looking toward a window or checking a locked door twice. Because the thing I learned that year was simple. A locked door only helps if you know who's on the other side. Have you ever walked into a room and known, before you saw anything wrong, that you needed to leave? I ignored that feeling once in my own high school, and I still think about what would have happened if I hadn't gotten out when I did. I was 18, a senior, and part of the homecoming decorating committee, which is how I ended up alone in the auto shop building on a Thursday night in October. Our school had an automotive technology wing, a separate building connected to the main campus by a covered walkway. Students used it during the day for classes, but after 4 o'clock, it usually sat empty until the shop teacher, Mr. Alvarez, locked up for the night. That Thursday, our committee meeting ran until almost 8. We needed extra paint for a mural on the gym wall, and I remembered the auto shop kept a shelf of half-used cans that Mr. Alvarez sometimes let students borrow for projects. I figured I'd grab a couple without bothering him, since he'd already gone home. My friend Danny said he'd wait by his car in the front lot. I told him I'd be 5 minutes. The walkway lighting had been out for weeks, something the district kept saying they'd fix. It was properly dark by then, that mid-October dark where the air smells like wet leaves and your own footsteps sound too loud. When I got to the shop door, I expected it to be locked. It wasn't. I figured Mr. Alvarez had forgotten, or maybe another teacher was still around somewhere. I pushed it open and went in. Inside, it smelled like motor oil and rubber, the way it always did during class. Half the fluorescent lights were on, half were off, so some parts of the shop were bright and some weren't. I could hear the ventilation system running, that steady mechanical hum you stop noticing after a minute. Tires were stacked along one wall, tools hanging on pegboards above the workbenches. 3 or 4 cars up on the lift or parked under tarps for the semester's projects. I found the shelf with the paint cans near the back and grabbed 2 of them. As I turned to leave, somewhere across the shop, a metal drawer slid open, slowly. Then it stopped. I didn't think much of it at first. Old buildings settle, drawers stick and then give way. I figured it was probably just that, or maybe Mr. Alvarez really had come back for something. I called out, "Hello, Mr. Alvarez." Nothing. I stood there a second, paint cans in my hands, listening. The hum of the ventilation system was the only sound. Then I noticed the tarp on the car closest to me, the one nearest the back wall, wasn't sitting right. One corner was pulled up higher than the rest, like someone had lifted it and let it drop back down in a hurry. I heard a shoe scrape against the concrete floor, quiet, just behind that car. For a second, nothing moved. Then I heard a footstep behind the car, closer than the first one. I froze completely. I called out again, quieter this time, "Hello." My voice actually shook saying it. Nobody answered. I stood there for what felt like a long time, but was probably 5 seconds, and then the bottom edge of the tarp lifted maybe an inch, just enough that I saw the toe of a sneaker underneath it before it pulled back out of sight. That was enough for me. I didn't wait to see anything else. I started backing toward the door, still holding both paint cans, and I dropped one of them. It hit the floor and rolled somewhere under a workbench, and I didn't stop to get it. I hit the push bar on the door harder than I meant to. It stuck for a second the way it always did if you didn't hit it right. And in that half second, I heard fast movement behind me, shoes on concrete, someone standing up and moving. I got the door open and ran. I didn't look back. I heard footsteps on the walkway behind me for a few seconds, and then I couldn't hear them anymore. But I didn't slow down until I saw Danny's car. Danny said I looked so pale that he thought something had happened to me. Then he actually looked at me and realized I wasn't joking around. I told him someone was in the shop building hiding, and that I saw a shoe under a tarp. He didn't laugh. We sat in his car for a few minutes, not really saying anything. We didn't report it that night. We were both scared we'd get in trouble for being in the building after hours in the first place, especially since I'd gone in to take paint without asking. So we just agreed to stay quiet about it and hoped it was nothing. 2 days later, Mr. Alvarez asked our whole homeroom if anyone had been in the auto shop building Thursday night. My stomach dropped. He explained that the security guard's routine walkthrough that night had found the back service door propped open, and a toolbox moved from where it was normally kept. Nothing appeared to be missing, which apparently made it more confusing, not less. They checked the camera covering the main entrance, and it didn't show anyone going in or out that way, which meant whoever it was had likely come through the back, an area the cameras didn't really cover. I told him what happened. He didn't get angry about the paint. He just got quiet and said there had been a couple of smaller incidents before. A missing set of tools, a door found unlocked one morning. Nothing anyone had connected to anything at the time. He said the district was finally going to fix the cameras and the lighting because of what happened that night. Nobody ever found out who it was. The police talked to a few people, checked around the neighborhood, but there was nothing solid to go on. Maybe they wanted the tools. Maybe they were hiding there for some other reason. I never found out. What stays with me isn't some big dramatic detail. It's small stuff. I remember I'd stopped hearing the ventilation hum at some point because I was listening so hard for that scrape of a shoe again. I remember the exact sound the push bar made when it finally gave way under my hand. Ordinary sounds that I can still hear clearly if I think about that night too long. I graduated that spring. The auto shop is still there, still used every day. They fixed the lighting on the walkway and put in better cameras that cover the back entrance now. What bothers me is that I have no idea how long they'd already been in there before I opened that door. Ellis borrowed a pencil from me exactly 4 times that semester. I remember because he always gave it back at the end of class. Never kept it. Always the same brand, same worn-down eraser habit. I didn't think anything of remembering that. You don't think about the things you remember until later, when someone asks you to. I was 17, junior year, Ohio. My best friend was Derek, the kind of guy who narrated his own life out loud, mostly to make you laugh, half the time not even caring if you were listening. He had opinions about everything, and none of them were consistent week to week. That was Derek. Ellis showed up in October, transferred in from somewhere he never fully explained. I got the sense his family moved around for his dad's work, and he wasn't thrilled about it. Chemistry stuck us together as lab partners. He was decent at it, better than me honestly, and the first real conversation we had was him quietly fixing an equation I botched without making a thing of it. That's how it started, not dramatic, just a guy who was easy to be around. He started sitting with us at lunch by November. Derek liked him before I did, actually. Ellis had this dry way of undercutting Derek's jokes that Derek respected, weirdly. He's not trying too hard, Derek said once. Most new kids try too hard. Ellis came over a few times to work on a world history project. My mom thought he had good manners. He was awkward about food, always said he wasn't hungry even when we were eating in front of him, which Derek used to give him grief about. There was this one afternoon, Derek doing an impression of our history teacher, badly, and Ellis laughing so hard he knocked a water bottle off my desk, and the three of us just sitting there in that stupid, ordinary, nothing kind of moment. I think about that afternoon a lot now, not because anything happened, because nothing did. He asked me once if I could give him a ride to the library after track let out, since his family only had one car most days. I mentioned I didn't stay for track on Mondays or Wednesdays. He said no worries, he'd figure it out. It wasn't until much later I realized I'd never actually told him which days I had practiced at all before that. Small thing, I didn't clock it then. Another time, Derek was complaining that his dad was traveling again, some sales route that kept him gone Monday through Wednesday most weeks. Ellis just nodded along the way you do. Didn't ask a follow-up, didn't make it weird. It was just something Derek said in passing, the way you complain about your parents to your friends. I noticed once that Ellis carried this beat-up spiral notebook everywhere, the kind every kid has for one class and never uses for anything else. I never thought about what was in it. Why would everyone has a notebook? Derek stopped answering texts on a Thursday evening. Not immediately alarming, Derek's phone died constantly. He was famous for it. I didn't think about it again until Friday morning when he wasn't at his locker, wasn't in first period, and his usual seat in the back of English stayed empty all day. I texted him twice. Nothing, figured he was sick. Friday night, his mom called my house. Her voice had that particular calm that isn't actually calm at all. She asked if Derek had said anything to me about going anywhere after school Thursday. I told her no, we hadn't really talked that day. He wasn't in fourth period with me, and I hadn't seen him at lunch either. That's when it stopped feeling like a normal weekend. By Saturday afternoon, there were police at the house. An officer asked me straightforward questions when I'd last actually seen Derek, who he hung out with, anyone new in his life recently. I said Ellis, transferred in October, ate lunch with us most days, good guy. The officer wrote it down without any particular reaction, just another name on a list of people to talk to. They found Ellis absent from school Friday too. His enrollment file had a current address, but when the school tried to confirm it, the family that lived there said they'd only just moved in and had no idea who Ellis was. The number on file rang through to a voicemail that was never set up. Nobody was accusing him of anything yet. It was just nothing about him could be confirmed, and that itself was strange enough to sit with. Derek turned up Saturday night. A guy walking his dog found him near a self-storage facility off Route 9, sitting against the fence, cold, exhausted, but unhurt. He wouldn't talk about it much, not that night, not really for weeks. What came out eventually in pieces was that Ellis had texted him Thursday afternoon asking him to come look at something, car trouble. He said, near the lot behind the strip mall. Derek went because that's what you do for a friend. After that, it gets fuzzy in the way Derek describes it, not because he doesn't remember, but because he doesn't want to walk through it out loud. He was in some kind of storage unit. Door didn't lock right. He waited until it was quiet outside and pushed it open and ran. When I saw him at his house that Sunday, he wasn't the same. Wouldn't really look at me. Kept glancing at the front window like he expected something. I asked if he wanted to talk, and he just said, "Not yet," and that was the whole conversation. What they found afterward, going through Ellis's things at the house he'd apparently been staying in, which also turned out to be a short-term rental, not anything permanent, was that same spiral notebook. Pages of it weren't chemistry notes. Names, days of the week, times written next to them. A few photos printed, nothing elaborate, just kids walking to their cars in the school lot. Derek's name showed up more than anyone else's. Mine was in there too, less often. Nobody ever figured out what he actually wanted. The investigators said the pattern suggested he was watching for who was regularly alone after school, who had predictable routines, but that was as far as anyone got. No manifesto, no explanation, no clean answer. He didn't show up to be questioned. The rental was empty by Monday. That was it. That was the whole resolution. For a while after, I felt embarrassed for even bringing his name up to the police, like I was accusing a friend of something impossible. Then I felt defensive of him, actually, telling myself there had to be some explanation. Then I started remembering things differently. The ride to the library, the days he somehow already knew I didn't have practice. Derek and I don't talk the way we used to. It's not one conversation where it broke. It's just every time I'm around him now. I know what I brought into his life without meaning to, and he knows it too, and neither of us says it out loud. Not long ago, I was going through old messages and found the one where Ellis first asked about the library ride. I read it again, knowing what I know now, and it didn't look like anything. That's what still gets to me. It never looked like anything. That was the whole point. 3 high school horror stories. Which story got under your skin the most? Was it the locker photos, the person hiding inside the school, or Ellis and what he was really doing? Tell me your answer in the comments. If you enjoyed these stories, hit the like button. And if you want more unsettling stories like these, subscribe and turn on notifications. Until next time, stay safe.
It's August. That means it's back to school and into the summer blowout pricing. Here at Van Buren Chevrolet in Allentown, we won't miss your business. We'll beat any deal, or we'll pay you $2,000 cash. Take advantage of $15,000 off, or 0% on a 2026 Silverado 1500. $12,250 off, or 0% for 60 months on a 26 Silverado Custom, or $7,569 off MSRP on a 26 Traverse Out. Van Buren Chevrolet has been a staple of Arlington, Texas, and surrounding areas since 1937. Right across the street from the Parks Mall, or visit us online at VanBurenChevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The house was quiet. I got up and called their names, and they didn't respond. So I walked to the back door, and they were in the yard just doing their thing. Then it hit me. How did they get outside when I blocked the door? My heart sank, and I felt all the blood rush from my head as I turned to my right to see the chair that I had pushed in front of the doggy door now was sitting in the corner of the room. Panic set in immediately. I called my friend Clara to explain the situation and that I needed her to come here ASAP to do a walkthrough of the house with me, because I just knew there was no way the dogs could move that chair 5+ feet. She came over about 20 minutes later, and I made a beeline for the front door and let her in. We both went room by room and couldn't find anything or anyone. It just didn't make any sense. She tried to reassure me that maybe I didn't have it pushed over as much as I thought I did. I figured I'd just accept it for what it was and just push through on overly high alert for the next 4 days. Clara left, and I went back to work. The day was fine and quiet. I began to relax again. I finished making dinner and decided to get some work done. I sat down in the office and just happened to turn to look at the monitor with the camera views on it and noticed all of them were offline. My stomach dropped. I knew one going out was possible, but all 4? That was just too coincidental. Due to the nature of the business the couple ran, I texted them to let them know their cameras were down, and if they wanted me to try and troubleshoot it for them, I'd be happy to. Also because I didn't like not having eyes on the outside of this place. A couple hours went by, no response. They're on vacation after all, so I just figured I'd have to let it go and suck it up until they get back to me. It was late, close to midnight, when I finally settled in and was watching TV to fill the void of silence that surrounded me when I heard the dogs get up and scramble to the doggy door again. I shot up and out of bed, my heart pounding out of my chest because I knew something was wrong. I Grabbed the knife I had sitting next to the bed and walked to the back door looking out into the yard and couldn't see anything. The dogs had already stopped barking and were now just sniffing along the fence. I did that whisper yell to get them to come back in. I heard a thump come from the other side of the house. Frozen, I had to make a decision fast. Try to get the dogs in or investigate whatever the hell just fell. I got the dogs in just in case it was some animal they were after. I didn't want them to get skunk sprayed or something. We wandered into the living room and hopped on the couches. I slid the chair back in front of the door. I took a picture with my phone this time, just so I could reassure myself I did it. I made my way to the back room where I heard the thump noise, and I immediately froze. I'm not sure if anyone else can understand, but when there's a presence in the room, there's almost this small difference in the atmosphere. There's a white noise, not breathing or movement, just a break in the stagnance of the silence. Well, regardless if you don't, I felt it. I wasn't going to be that person that kept seeking out the exact area of where this was coming from. So I asked, who's there? What are you doing here? Silence. I then called out the names of the couple that lived there to see if for some wild reason they were in their own home at midnight when they weren't supposed to be. But again, met with silence. Clara has a kid and husband, so I didn't want to bother her, so I figured the next thing I would do was call the police. Then I felt that wash of embarrassment in case it was nothing. They'd think I'm an idiot. I stepped back into the hallway that led to the room and slowly closed the door as quiet as possible and locked the door. I went and sat in the living room with the dogs with my phone in one hand and knife in the other. I couldn't make a decision on what to do. About 20 minutes went by and I received a text from the wife saying, "Hi, don't worry about the cameras, you're safe." I was thrown off because they were in Florida. It was almost 2 a.m. there. And also, what do you mean I'm safe? It didn't even mention safety being the issue. I was getting ready to give a general sounds good text when I got another text from the wife. It read, "Also, can you make sure that I didn't leave the garage door open to the inside? I don't want anything getting in." The door she's mentioning is in that back room. I didn't want to go back in there for obvious reasons, so I just didn't respond and pretended like I was asleep and couldn't. 2 minutes later, she texted again. "Hi, I know it's late, but can you please check on this for me, as I'm worried." My gut was screaming no. Maybe the noise was a wild animal that got it. I didn't respond, but got up to go check, knife and phone in hand still. As I approached the door, I heard a shuffle from the back room. I stopped and stood there silent to see if I heard anything else before I opened the door. My phone lit up, and she texted me, "I see you're up. Can you please go in and check?" I couldn't move. I forgot they had cameras in the hallway and in the living room. Why were they pushing this at 1 a.m? Now knowing I was being watched, reluctantly, I slowly unlocked the door and opened it with my arms stretched as far as I could to get an open view of the room from as far as possible. I didn't hear anything or see anything, so I took a couple steps into the room and saw the door to the garage was in fact open. It was so damn dark in there, I didn't want to get any closer. I had to do it and just get this over with. I approached the door, and a light appeared from my phone as I had gotten a notification, and the faint light from my phone lit a portion of the garage doorway I was about 2 steps from when I noticed the outline of an arm pressed against the wall right next to the door. Fight or flight kicked in immediately. I turned and ran back through the doorway, slammed the door to the back room shut, and locked it. I grabbed my keys off the kitchen counter and ran out the front door. I fumbled with the keys as I was shaking and panting. I got the door unlocked, and I noticed the garage door was opening and halfway up. I started my car, and as the headlights lit up the now open garage, I saw in the back corner a grown man in a jacket squatting behind a box right next to the door I was going to close. I didn't waste time. Floored it in reverse down the driveway and drove immediately to the police station. I was crying and explained what happened, and they said they'd send a unit to check out the house. I sat in my car at the police station texting the wife about what just happened, seeing as they had access to the cameras and could maybe see if someone was in there. No response. About a half hour later, a police officer came back to the station and let me know the garage door was open, the house was clear, and there was no signs of a break-in. They even checked around the perimeter of the yard, and nothing was out of the ordinary. They knew I was scared out of my mind, so they offered to follow me back and do another check with me there. After it was done, and I saw with my own eyes no one was there, they left. I couldn't sleep. It was going on almost 3 or 4 in the morning at this point. So I just laid on the couch by the dogs, wide awake, gripping the kitchen knife. About 20 minutes after the officer left, I got a text from the wife. Hi, plans changed. We'll be home soon. You can go home now. The complete disregard for the situation that just unfolded that I texted her about. But letting me know you're coming home 4 days early and didn't mention it, and will be here just hours after all of this? I didn't dwell on the moment. I grabbed my stuff and left. Their home is on a rural road, only about a quarter mile from the main street. As I got halfway to the stop sign and looked in my rearview mirror, I saw a car with no headlights on pull into their driveway. I texted the wife and said, "Someone just pulled into your driveway," as I was leaving. Almost instantly, I got a text back that read, "I know." Chills ran down my spine. They were setting me up. They'd been in the area that whole time. The dogs barking in the middle of the night were probably alerting me that they had been driving on the path behind the house. They shut the cameras off so I couldn't see their creeping movements on the property while I was right there inside, oblivious. I never heard from them again. My friend profusely apologized, saying she had no idea how weird they were, that she'd only known them as coming into the local diner every now and then. She said after that incident, they never came in again. I'm 30 now, and I still have trouble with the entire situation. I know I'm okay and I'm safe, but knowing I was just seconds away from God knows what is the feeling I can't seem to shake. I'm not sure if I ever will be able to.
An hour ago, Theo airballed the game-winning shot. But in Zach's minutes, he's dunking all over these fools. Zach sauce, bang. Tongue torch, boom.
Welcome to Dunk City. I'm the mayor.
Who's got the sauce?
Hi, I'm Nadia. I'm Amaya. I'm Brittany. Hi, I'm Sierra. My name is Carly. Hi, I'm Elizabeth. Hi, I'm Latina.
Hi, I'm John, and I'm Possible at Hersey.
I'm Possible at Hersey. I'm Possible at Hersey.
I'm Possible at Hersey.
I'm Possible at Hersey. I'm Possible at Hersey. We're Possible at Hersey. We're Possible at Hersey. We're Possible at Hersey. We're Possible at Hersey.
I work as a bartender at a bar and restaurant in a suburb just outside Baltimore. I'll do my best to explain the layout so the story makes sense. It's a busy place with a unique setup. There are no waiters, just bartenders like me and the cooks in the back. If you want to find food or non-alcoholic drinks, you have to order them at the bar. When everything's ready, you grab it from the counter. I'm not sure why things are done that way, but I guess it had something to do with management being cheap and trying to avoid hiring waiters. Either way, keeps things fast-paced, which I actually like. For whatever reason, the place is really popular, even though I personally don't think it's anything super special. The atmosphere is lively most nights, with great music, a buzzing crowd, a standing area near the DJ booth where people gather to dance and chat. The constant flow of customers and the high-energy vibe make the job fly by. I love meeting and talking to new people, so the gig is perfect for me. I would probably lose my mind if I had to wait long periods of time between serving guests. That's just me. I bet some people are the opposite. That particular night started off like any other. It was a weekend, so things were going to be super busy. I was ready. After a certain time, the bar started filling up with people. It looked like more of a younger college crowd that night, which meant more dancing, more spilling, and a rowdier environment in general. Yeah, and worse tips, which kind of sucked for me. This one group of kids just kept on ordering round after round of tequila shots, faster than I could line up the salt and limes. It's always chaos when they take over the bar. One of them was so plastered, he used the same pickup line on me like 3 times. I was running around doing my thing when I noticed an elderly couple walk in and sit down at the booth in the corner of the restaurant. At first glance, there was nothing strange about them. I just thought it was interesting that two people that age would want to come into a rowdy place like this. I didn't have too much time to think about it, though, so I went back to work. Fast forward maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I was halfway through pouring a line of gin and tonics. I noticed the couple again. My hands kept working, muscle memory taking over, but my brain was stuck on them for some reason. That's when it hit me. They were just sitting there motionlessly. They hadn't ordered anything either. No food and definitely not any drinks. I would have remembered. Looked a little closer and realized that they weren't even looking at each other. They were both fixated at the wall next to them. From what I could tell, it didn't look like they were talking either. It was the strangest thing. I was beyond curious, but the bar was slammed, and I had too much to do to spend time wondering about it. I figured they might be waiting for someone, or didn't realize how the place worked. Maybe they were waiting for a waiter to take their order. When I finally had a break, I decided to check on them myself. I walked over to the table and put on my most polite smile. As I approached, neither of them turned to face me. They were both still staring at the wall like statues. I cleared my throat and asked them if they wanted anything to eat or drink. The woman didn't even flinch. She kept staring at the wall like I hadn't spoken at all. The man turned his head slowly, like he was moving in slow motion. When his face came into view, I felt a chill run through me. His skin was pale and wrinkled, and his eyes were almost sunken into his face completely. He didn't speak. He stared at me and shook his head once, firmly but silently. Something about the way he looked at me made my stomach twist. I muttered something in response, and quickly returned to the bar. I had the weirdest feeling in my gut after that. Those people looked like they didn't even belong in this century, let alone this bar. I didn't look over at that booth for a long time. Eventually, things started to die down a little. I remembered the couple. I glanced over impulsively and nearly dropped the glass I was holding. Both of them were staring directly at me now. I made direct eye contact with the woman. She never averted her gaze. I don't think I'd ever been more uncomfortable at my job than I was in that moment. I looked away and pretended to be busy, trying not to freak out completely. By the time I glanced back again, the booth was empty. I was relieved. I was just glad that they were gone, as mean as that sounds. By the end of the night, I was still thinking about the whole thing. As I wiped down the bar and closed up with my coworker, Karen, I decided to ask her if she saw anything strange. She's, I guess, what you would call a vet. She's been working there for years and prides herself on noticing everything and everyone that comes through the doors. When I asked her about the couple, she gave me a confused look and said she didn't know what I was talking about. I looked at her blankly and told her I was talking about the elderly couple that was sitting in the corner booth. She shook her head and told me she didn't remember seeing anyone like that. She then jokingly asked me if I was hallucinating, which got a playful laugh out of me, but on the inside, though, I was losing it. I knew what I had seen. I asked her if she was sure. She crossed her arms before listing at least 10 random people who had ordered food that night and what they were wearing. I laughed again and complimented her memory. Like I said before, I was dying on the inside. By the time we locked up, I started doubting myself. As I walked to my car, I noticed something that made me nearly drop my keys in fear. Across the street, there were two dark figures standing under a lone streetlight. I knew it was them. I wanted to scream. The sound wouldn't come. I didn't wait another second. I jumped into my car, locked the doors, and sped out of the lot without another look. The drive home was awful. I was trying not to break down the whole time. I just kept repeating, "Oh my God," over and over. I had so many questions. Did Karen somehow miss them? Were those people even real? Was I going insane? I couldn't explain it. I thought I was going crazy. I wish this story had a resolved ending, but it doesn't. I never saw those people again. I never got any kind of explanation. I don't think I ever will. I apologize in advance if I mess up any details about the story I'm about to tell. This is something that my best friend told me multiple times several years ago now. It's one of those stories so unsettling you can't shake it even after hearing it more than once. My friend's dad was a logger, specifically a tree saw operator. For those who don't know, a tree saw is a massive machine capable of cutting down giant trees and slicing them to specific lengths. His job meant long, grueling hours, often alone in the deep, secluded forests of the Pacific Northwest. The way his logging crew works, he was paid based on the number of trees he cut down rather than the hours he worked, so he would often push himself to work 16 to 20-hour days to finish jobs as quickly as possible. After he and his coworker finished their part, the rest of the crew would come in to clear the felled trees and transport them to the mill. While he spent about half of his time working alone, the other half was spent with his friend Griffin, another tree saw operator. They used radios to communicate, especially when they worked on opposite ends of the same job site. A number of years ago, my friend's dad and Griffin were assigned to a remote job site high up on a mountain. It took the company over 3 weeks just to clear a road wide enough for their trucks and equipment to make it to the site. By the time they began work, they were positioned in an extremely desolate part of the mountain. They were already 10 days in, making good progress, and they started hearing strange chatter over their radios. At first, the voices were muffled, just faint, static-laden murmurs that didn't make sense. They tried switching channels, but no matter what they did, the chatter followed them. Anyone who's used a standard radio knows how strange that is. It should be impossible for anyone to follow you when you're switching channels. As they progressed farther up the mountain, the voices became more distinct. They couldn't hear full conversations, but based on what they could hear, they both agreed that the tone of the conversation fragments felt off. My friend's dad said it sounded almost casual at times, but the content was unintelligible. They also started finding strange signs that people had been there before them. Random containers, footprints in the dirt, small makeshift campsites. Like I said before, they were in a place so remote it was practically inaccessible, so these discoveries were deeply unsettling. No one should have been up there. One day, Griffin came across a tent hidden just off a trail and called my friend's dad over. They decided to investigate. Inside, they found a single sleeping bag and a duffel bag filled with the most disturbing things imaginable. Multiple pairs of children's underwear, duct tape, rope, crude sketches of children being molested. There were even photos of a fresh apple, indicating whoever owned it had been there recently. Griffin wanted to pack up and leave immediately. My friend's dad, ever the workaholic, insisted they finish the job. They agreed to limit radio communication to emergencies only, and decided to keep working. That night, they sat in the camper, unable to shake the dread that hung over them. The radio crackled to life again, and this time, make out snippets of a conversation between two men. They were talking about mundane things, collecting water and firewood. The realization that these men were likely connected to the tent freaked my friend's dad out. Griffin wasn't as fazed. My friend's dad was losing it. The next night, my friend's dad decided to confront them. When he heard the men talking about gathering bush for a fire, he grabbed the radio and demanded to know who they were and what they were doing there. The radio went silent immediately, and the men didn't respond. That silence was almost more unnerving than the chatter. Griffin was upset that my friend's dad had announced their presence. The two of them got into a brief argument before deciding they'd escalate the situation the next day. Around midnight, Griffin shook my friend's dad awake, whispering that someone was outside the camper. The first thing he noticed was the soft sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. Heart pounding, he fumbled for his gun, only to realize it wasn't loaded. He had no idea where his ammunition was. Griffin was unarmed. The idea of calling the police was laughable given their location. They both sat frozen as they heard the camper door handle jiggle. The door creaked open, but didn't fully swing inward. Their camper was high off the ground, and there was no ladder or stool to climb up. Then came the scratching. Long, deliberate scratches along the outside of the door. 4 agonizing minutes passed. Finally, my friend's dad nodded at Griffin, signaling he was going to check it out. He moved quietly toward the door, gripping a flashlight in a shaking hand. Just as he reached the door, it burst open, and he was struck across the face with a knife. His pain was blinding. He fell out of the camper, hitting the ground hard. Before he could recover, a man was on top of him, pressing the knife against his neck. Another man appeared, kicking him repeatedly in the head. Griffin, without hesitation, leapt out of the camper and tackled the man with the knife. The second man bolted into the darkness. One Griffin had tackled, scrambled to his feet, and followed. He disappeared into the forest. Griffin helped my dad's friend back into the truck. They drove 2 hours to the nearest hospital. It was bad. His face was a bloody mess, and there was a cut across his eye so severe it permanently damaged his vision. They reported the attack to the police, but nothing came of it. 2 weeks later, as the rest of the logging crew finished the job, one of their coworkers was found bound, gagged, and murdered in a ditch. No arrests were ever made. To this day, my friend's dad struggles with PTSD. His right eye, with its disfigured pupil, constantly reminds him of that night. I'm sure he hasn't had a full night of restful sleep since. I've been terrified of deep woods for a long time now, mostly because of my friend's dad's experience. I haven't heard from my friend or his dad in years now, so I can only hope he's doing all right.
My brother Tim was injured in a diving accident, changed his life and changed my life forever. This accident is why I became who I am, because I built the firm that I wish had been built for Tim back then.
Me too.
I'm proud to work for United Healthcare because you get to help people. Take it up for you, okay? I know how much I love my family. I know that person on the other end of the phone call has that same feeling that I have. They know on the other end of that phone, I honestly care. My infamous line when I hang up is, save my number and call me, and I'm more than happy to help. My name is Janice, and I'm committed to care.
This happened last summer. I was 20 years old. My name is Kevin. My friend James comes from a very wealthy family. His dad is like an IP lawyer who contracts with the US government or something. They've got a bunch of properties all over the country and a handful of international ones too. That's the kind of wealth I'm talking about. One of their houses is on a relatively large but overall pretty secluded lake. The lake itself isn't so big that you can't see the houses on the other side of it, but it would be a workout and a half swimming across the whole thing. James' parents were never around, so he pretty much had unlimited access to that house. And he often invited friends over, with permission, of course. There's something about being out on the lake that makes you feel invincible. It's a different feeling than the beach, for sure. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but there's more of an exclusive vibe to it. Hopefully, I can be successful enough to afford one day. Like I said, the lake itself is pretty secluded. Big fancy houses line the perimeter, but most of them would usually sit dark and empty. A lot of them were vacation homes for people who barely even use them. It's honestly kind of a shame thinking about it. There are upsides to that, though. James would throw the craziest parties there because there were usually no neighbors to call the police. This night was different, though. It was just the two of us, having a more chill night. I won't get into it. I had just broken up with my girlfriend of 3 years, and I was in dire need of some bro time. We were having a few beers out on the dock, and I noticed a light flicking across the lake. I can't remember exactly what time it was. At first, I thought it was just the sun perfectly reflecting off something into my eye. And even when I moved my head to the side, I could still see it. It was flashing, like someone was turning a light on and off repeatedly. I told James, and the two of us became fixed on it, trying to figure out what it could be. At some point, we realized the flashing wasn't random. It was following a pattern. 3 short bursts, followed by 3 longer ones, followed by 3 short ones. I guess I'm dumb for not knowing this, but James snapped his fingers and said it was Morse code. I looked at him like he was crazy and asked him when in the world he had learned Morse code. He told me he didn't actually know it, but he knew what 3 short, 3 long, 3 short meant. SOS. I called BS and pulled out my phone. But to my surprise, he was actually right. Like I said, maybe I'm dumb for not knowing that. But I'm not really one for obscure knowledge anyway. The flashing continued for another minute or so, following that same pattern before stopping abruptly. The two of us had just been staring at it the whole time. I really didn't know what to think. It could have been a joke, but there was always that chance that someone was actually in trouble. James immediately suggested calling the cops, but I reminded him that we'd been drinking and we weren't legal yet. I was honestly fighting a DUI charge at the time, so the last thing I needed was another run-in with the police. He wasn't thrilled about that answer. I could tell he was torn about the situation. The two of us couldn't really think of a rational explanation besides a kidnapping or something along those lines. We thought it might have been someone who had fallen and needed help. That didn't make any sense because they probably would have just called the police. We've always been those adventurous, delinquent type guys, so we decided it was worth checking out ourselves. If it turned out to be serious, we called the police then. We went back inside. James' brother had a bunch of switchblades lying around his room. He was kind of a weird kid. So we grabbed a few of them just for peace of mind. James said he was good to drive, and that we should drive around the lake to that house. But I told him I really wasn't comfortable with that, for obvious reasons. He joked about my situation, and I laughed it off. If we weren't driving, there was only really one other option. The two of us walked back out to the yard and dragged James' dad's kayak into the water. We were laughing at first, enjoying the adventure of it all. The further out we got onto the lake, the quieter we got. I think both of us realized how dumb of an idea it was. Neither of us wanted to be the one to spoil the fun. The sun had almost fully set at that point. It was getting harder to see. It wasn't pitch black or anything. We had light from some of the lake houses to guide us. It was still a bit unsettling. As we got closer, the house came into view. It was big like the others. It was obviously not maintained very well. For starters, the dock was half collapsed, literally. Half of it was just sunken into the water. The flashing had also stopped, which was kind of a bad sign too. We had planned on just tying the kayak to the dock, but we obviously couldn't do that anymore given how unstable it was. Luckily, the yard wasn't too high up above the water, so we beached the kayak on the yard instead, careful not to slip on the rocks. I felt the adrenaline rush start coming on. I could tell James was feeling the same thing. We looked up toward the house. The light had been coming from the second floor, that much we knew. James was freaking out at that point and insisted that we just leave and call the police. I told him we'd have to kayak all the way back to his house to even do that, as there was no service on the lake and that we need to connect to Wi-Fi. I reminded him that we had explored 1 million abandoned buildings before, and this wasn't too different. He wasn't thrilled with that logic, but agreed anyway. Believe me, I know how dumb this was. Everyone I talk to about this shares that same opinion. I've never been one to make good decisions, and neither is James. We didn't walk to the front door. That would have been suicide. Instead, we crept around the house until we found a window that was unlocked. The two of us silently slipped inside. The house was empty. Not just abandoned, but empty, like stripped. There was no furniture and no junk in there either. To be frank, there was no signs that anyone had ever even lived there. The floors and walls were completely bare. We moved cautiously through the rooms, looking for the stairs. There was no one in sight, and all the rooms were just as empty as the first one had been. We finally found the stairs and slowly made our way up. I had made a mental note of where the window was. We slowly walked down one of the hallways until we got to what I guessed was the room the light had been coming from. I pressed my ear against the door and heard nothing. I glanced over at James. He nodded, and I carefully pushed the door open. The room was empty, with the exception of one thing by the window. I tiptoed over to it and realized what it was. It was one of those old projectors, and it was facing the window. Alarm bells immediately started going off in my head. This was a trap. Someone had set this up deliberately. James must have realized the same thing, as I just heard him start sprinting back the way we had came, not even trying to be quiet. I turned without another thought and followed him. As we were running down the stairs, I heard a door, presumably a closet door, swing open from the room I had just been in, followed by rapid thumping sounds. We bolted down the stairs and back through the house to that first window. James jumped through and I was next. As I was climbing through, I heard those footsteps from behind me again, bounding down the stairs. I didn't even look. I just made it through the window and ran to catch up with James, who was already down by the lake's edge. As I was running to catch up to him, I heard him curse, and I quickly realized why. The kayak was gone. I turned. From the side of the house, there was a person running toward us. I could barely process what I was seeing. He was fast. I couldn't get a good look at him, but he was big, definitely an adult. I pulled out my switchblade, ready to defend myself. I expected James to do the same, but instead, he turned and jumped straight into the lake. Sneakers, hoodie, everything. I didn't even think. I just followed. The water was freezing, but I didn't care. I swam as fast as I could, trying to fight the burning sensation in my arms and legs. We swam toward the light from James' house, which looked like it was miles away. The swim felt endless. On pure adrenaline, we made it. By the time we dragged ourselves onto James' dock, I thought I had hypothermia. I don't think I've ever been that cold in my life. We ran straight inside, locked every door, and called the police. It took them almost an hour to show up. It was honestly kind of outrageous. When they finally did, they went straight across the lake to investigate. They were over there for a while, but when they came back, they told us exactly what I expected to hear. But there was no one. They confirmed this house had been abandoned for years. No signs of recent occupancy, no footprints, no gear, no personal belongings, nothing. Just an empty house. They weren't happy with us. They gave us the whole "why didn't you call first" speech. James's parents were even more pissed when they found out. Let's just say I wasn't invited back to the lake house after that. James told me his parents were threatening to sue the town for allowing something like that to happen, and the police were refusing to investigate further. As for me, I still don't know what happened that night. I don't know who was in that house, or why they set that trap, or what they planned to do if we hadn't run. I don't think I want to. Most of my friends agree that it was a trap. I think that whoever was planning the whole thing got cold feet until the last minute. I really don't want to think about what would have happened if they had gone through with whatever they were planning on doing. When I moved into my new place, I was just looking for a fresh start. I won't get into the details, but let's just say I had a bad situation with an ex that made staying in my old city impossible. I ran into some money early in life and made some bad decisions about the kind of women I surrounded myself with. Lesson learned. The neighborhood I moved to is really nice. Low crime, quiet, mostly families. The houses here are really spaced out, which was partially what drew me there, but for some reason, the property next to mine is much closer in proximity than most of the other properties are to each other. By the way, that house next door is huge. When I first saw it, I thought I could easily fit a family of 10. That's honestly what I assumed at first, and a big family lived there, grandparents and everything. But I could not have been more wrong. Even though I try to be low-key, I wasn't going to be a rude neighbor. I took it upon myself to introduce myself to everyone in the neighborhood. For whatever reason, I decided to introduce myself to my next-door neighbors last. I couldn't tell you why. Everyone else I met seemed really sweet and genuine. I'd say 90% of them were parents of young children. And yes, they were all slightly intimidating, purely based on how successful they seemed to be. I wasn't too sure how a younger guy like myself would easily blend into a community like that. That was more of a personal concern. When I got around to meeting my next-door neighbor, my social battery was mostly drained from having spent the day making small talk with strangers. I knew if I just went back home, I was never going to be as motivated to meet them, so I just sucked it up and walked up their driveway. I had gotten accustomed to being greeted by someone middle-aged, so when a young-looking dude in a mullet opened the door, I was a little taken aback. Hell, he looked even younger than me, which was definitely a shock. I recovered quickly and went ahead with my new-to-the-neighborhood spiel. As I went on, he flashed me this massive smile and actually cut me off before I could even finish talking. He said something along the lines of, "Oh wow, someone who was born in my decade, what a nice surprise." I laughed and told him the same thing, venting to him about how out of place I felt as a single guy in his late 20s amongst so many families with kids. He told me not to worry about that, and that most of the people who lived here kept to themselves, which was kind of a relief for me. He introduced himself as Damon and told me I should come by for a drink sometime. I shrugged my shoulders and said, hell, why not right now? To which I expected him to laugh and invite me in. Instead, though, he looked over his shoulder like he was scanning his living room. And he turned back to me, saying he wished he could, but he was busy working. I asked him what he did for work, because it just seems like a normal follow-up question to what he said, and he dropped a smile a bit. After a weird stare, he laughed and just said, finance, but didn't elaborate any more than that, which I thought was a bit strange. I told him fair enough and asked if he had any roommates. To my surprise, he told me he lived there alone, which was absolutely insane to me given how big the house was. We chit-chatted for a few more minutes, and he gave me his number before going back inside. I was excited that someone my age lived here, especially because he seemed like a really chill guy. I couldn't get over how odd it was for someone like that to live all alone. And yeah, I know I was essentially doing the same thing. You have to keep in mind, my house wasn't even half the size of his. Anyway, I went back home and got on with my life. That was about 6 months ago. For a few weeks after that, nothing eventful really happened. I texted Damon a few days after he gave me his number to try and set something up. But he'd always complain about how busy he was and how sorry he was that we couldn't hang out. Eventually, I gave up with him. Not in a hostile way, just in a you do you kind of way. I'm definitely not the type of person to bend over backwards for someone who seems disinterested. I never saw anyone coming or going from Damon's place. No visitors, no parties, no girls, nothing. Never even got takeout delivered, which was strange to me because his car was always in the driveway. I genuinely didn't know what he ate because I literally never saw him leave the house. I lived like a ghost. I work from home, and the office in my house is on the 3rd floor, which overlooks Damon's property, if you're wondering how I knew so much about his living habits. I know it sounds obsessive and a little creepy, but his house was also just a glance away from my monitor, so I couldn't help but look over from time to time. One night, it was a Wednesday night. I remember that distinctly. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of loud music. I sleep with my windows open, so that's probably how I woke up so easily. At first, I thought I was imagining it, or it was part of a really vivid dream I was having. But I was wrong. I got out of bed and peeked out my window. There they were, 7 or so cars lined up in Damon's driveway. There was no mistaking it. He was having a party. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not the type to complain about some noise. I've been to my fair share of house parties. It was the middle of the week. The volume was insane. I figured I'd just go over, knock, and ask him to turn it down. I threw on a hoodie and walked over. It was a full-blown party. That much was clear from outside. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I pulled out my phone to text David, but I decided against it, knowing he'd probably ignore me and give me some BS excuse the following morning. I knocked on the door again, harder this time. Still nothing. I reached for the handle, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the door swung open. Inside, the first thing I saw was a pile of shoes in the foyer, at least 10 pairs. There was something off. There was literally no one in there. I moved further in, expecting to see people in the living room, maybe the kitchen. It was completely empty. There weren't even any drinks left out. I could hear people over the music that was playing in the background, though, which I didn't understand. But then I really listened to it, and everything hit me all at once. It wasn't even music, really. It was a recording, a literal recording of people laughing, yelling, clinking glasses. The whole party was fake, all of it. That didn't make sense to me. It still didn't explain the shoes or the cars. There were people in that house, that much was certain. I should have turned around right then. I needed to know what was going on. I moved discreetly around the house until I saw a door that was slightly ajar. I gently pushed it open and led down to the basement. I'm not sure how I knew, but something told me what I was looking for was downstairs. It was dark down those stairs, with the exception of a very faint light coming from somewhere I couldn't see. There was no reason to go down there. I knew that. I did it anyway. I got to the bottom of the stairs and looked around. The light was coming from another door somewhere deeper in the basement. I crept towards it. As I got closer, I started to pick up on another noise I hadn't been able to hear earlier over the music. It sounded almost mechanical. It was this heavy, rhythmic grinding, like heavy machinery or a buzzsaw or something. I got a little closer, close enough to see through the crack. There were 3 people standing in there, looking across the room at something that was out of view. They were were all older looking guys, significantly older than Damon. They were wearing heavy duty work clothes, had on these protective goggles and thick rubber gloves. I also realized they were wearing what looks like work boots, even though I had seen all those other shoes upstairs. Under different circumstances, I would have assumed that they were construction workers. I really wanted to see what they were looking at. It was too far out of view. After a few seconds of me just standing there, I started to pick up on this awful bleach smell or some kind of cleaning solution. That's what did it for me. I started to feel this awful pit in my stomach, like my life was in danger. I can't explain it. I turned to leave, trying to be as quiet as possible. As I was finding my way back to the stairs, the light from behind me suddenly dimmed, like someone had shut the door behind me. I didn't actually hear the door over the music, but I felt it.
The research that has happened has been incredible, and it's what's keeping me alive.
Here, Bud Light. Just one Bud Light, please. Excuse me. Oh my word, Jesus. That is great. One Bud Light, please. Two.
Anything for the interest taste, Bud Light.
I missed that. Did you? No.
Thinking of buying a brand new car? Now you can. 100% online with Carvana.
Yep, the same car vending machine, Carvana.
It works just like buying one of our thousands of other cars, except these are brand spanking new. Pick your favorite ride. Monthly payment, then tap buy now, and that brand new car gets delivered to your door. No haggling, no dog fees. Just you, a factory fresh car, and that I did it feeling. Buy your brand new car today on Carvana.
I sprinted up the stairs as fast as I could. I ran through the house and burst out the front door. I didn't run directly to my house. I jumped my own fence and made it to the backyard. I slipped in through my side door, locking it behind me. My chest was pounding, but under no circumstances could I let Damon or any of those other guys know it was me who had been snooping around. I gathered myself and went up to my office, making sure all the lights up there were off. I crouched down below the window and peeked over at Damon's house. There was no one there. Then, a few minutes later, the front door flew open and like 8 guys poured out, scanning the yard, the driveway, the street, but Damon wasn't with them. I could tell because everyone looked older, like those first guys I had seen. A few of them looked like they were arguing about something. I couldn't make out what they were saying. One of the men actually shoved one of the other ones, and I thought they were about to start fighting in the street. They didn't. Eventually, they all went back inside, and the music stopped soon after that. I stood at the window, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I thought about calling the cops. What would I even say? The music wasn't playing anymore, and there was no real crime I could actually report. The thing I couldn't understand was how none of my other neighbors had a problem with the loud music, especially since most of them had children. I figured if they hadn't been able to hear it, and I called the police, Damon would know it was me. And the shoes, I had no idea what that was about either. The people I had seen were all wearing boots. Did they bring extra pairs of shoes just to leave in the foyer? I had too many questions, and I didn't know what to do, so I just went to bed. The next morning, I woke up and looked out my bedroom window. Every single car was gone, including Damon's. I went upstairs to try and get some work done, but I couldn't concentrate and found myself looking over at Damon's house every 5 seconds. After a few hours of his car not being there, I decided to go for a walk, partly to clear my head, but mostly to take some low-key glances through his windows. Nothing, though. Days passed, and Damon still didn't return, or his car didn't at least. I was baffled with every passing day. I still couldn't figure out how my other neighbors had been able to sleep through all the noises that night, so I just straight up asked them. I went to a few houses and asked them if they had heard the party he had a few nights ago. No one knew what I was talking about, even after I told them which house it was coming from and how late it was. I thought I was going crazy. That was a few months ago now. The crazy thing is Damon still hasn't returned. And it's clear no one is maintaining his house, as the grass is starting to get really long. There's an untouched pile of packages leaning against his front door. I don't know what to make of this. It could be nothing. I feel like no one would go to such lengths to disguise what they were doing with a fake party unless it was something illegal. But would people going to such lengths really forget something as important as locking the front door? Maybe that's what those guys had been arguing about. I really have no idea. The fact that none of my other neighbors seemed bothered by it makes me think I'm involved in some huge conspiracy or something. I know I'm just being paranoid, but I just have so many unanswered questions. When Damon returns, if he ever does, I'm debating whether or not I should just go and straight up ask him. My name is Evan. I'm 28 years old. After my divorce, I moved to a small town named Chatham in Alabama. Apart from my parents' house, I didn't really have anywhere else to go, so I came to live in my grandfather's old house. He passed away a few years ago and left the place to us. It's about 10 minutes outside town, sitting on 10 acres surrounded by woods. It's real quiet out there. I thought I'd enjoy that. The house is old, wood floors that creak, doors that stick, kind of place that always feels a little cold no matter how high the thermostat is. But it was free, and I didn't have a better option. The first few nights were normal. I unpacked and cleaned. I spent the evening sitting on the porch with a beer. It was peaceful. No traffic, just the wind through the trees and the occasional owl. Then the noises started. The first time I heard it was on the 7th night. I had just gotten into bed around midnight. I was almost asleep when I heard whistling outside. It wasn't a song I recognized, just a slow, broken tune, off-key. It sounded like someone walking through the woods behind the house, whistling as they went. It creeped me out, but I figured it was some hunter or drunk neighbor. The next night, it happened again. Same time, same tune. But this time, it sounded closer. I got out of bed and turned on the porch light, but I didn't see anyone. I went outside with the flashlight and checked around the yard. Nothing. No tracks, no sounds of someone running off. Just the whistling, fading deeper into the woods. I tried to ignore it. For a couple of nights, I just stayed in bed and tried to sleep through it. But every time, the whistling would start around 1:17 a.m. I know that sounds like a random number, but I swear it was always around 1:15 or 1:19, somewhere there. It was like clockwork. I started thinking maybe someone was messing with me on purpose, someone who knew I was out there alone. I called the sheriff's office a few days later. An old deputy, who I'll call Deputy H, came out. He'd been in the job a long time. And I told him what was happening. We got real quiet. He said word for word, "Your granddaddy used to call us about the same thing. Said someone was whistling around the property late at night, always in the spring. Never found anything. I figured he was just getting old, but now you're hearing it too." That shook me. I had no idea my grandfather dealt with this. Deputy H told me to keep the doors locked and stay inside after dark. I started doing that. Not like I wasn't already. I double-checked every window. One night I even put chairs under the doorknobs. The whistling kept coming. Closer every night. One night I heard it behind the shed. It was louder than usual, like the person was standing right outside. I grabbed my flashlight and looked through the blinds. I didn't see anyone. I didn't dare go outside. The next night, I heard it from the front porch, right by the door. 3 long whistles, then silence. The night after that, it came from under the floorboards. I swear to God, it was like someone was in the crawl space, whistling up through the vents. I didn't sleep at all that night. I started digging through the attic the next day, trying to find anything my grandfather left behind. I found a box of his journals. He wrote about the whistling. He said it happened every spring for over 10 years. He didn't know who it was. He thought it was someone watching the house. He said he used to sit up with a rifle by the front door just in case. He said it only ever happened when he lived alone after my grandmother died. I called Deputy H again. He came by and read the journal. He looked nervous. He told me to be careful. He said, "Don't open the door if you don't know who it is." That night, I stayed up. I sat on the couch with a shotgun across my lap, a shotgun I barely knew how to load. I waited. At 1:17 a.m., the whistling started again, but this time it didn't come from outside. It came from the hallway, inside the house. I froze. The hallway light was off. I hear the whistling moving closer, step by step. I stood up, aimed the shotgun, and shouted, "Who's there?" The whistling stopped. I flipped the hallway light on. Nothing was there. No one. I didn't sleep again after that. It was 2 nights since then. I hadn't heard it again. I was getting sick. I didn't know who this person was. I didn't know why they picked me or my grandfather. It was real, and I knew it was. I don't believe in hallucinations to that degree, nor do I believe in anything paranormal. This was a real person. After that night, things went quiet for 2 days. No sounds, no movement, no sign of anything. I thought maybe it was finally over. The third night, I went to bed just after midnight. I didn't stay up this time. I left the hallway light on just in case. Exactly 1:17 a.m., I woke up to a new sound. Not whistling, knocking. Slow, paced out knocks. 3 of them. They were coming from inside the house, from the back door. And silence. I didn't move. I stayed in bed, listening. A minute later, I heard a new sound. A creak from the floorboard in the hallway, and another. Someone was walking. The hallway light went out. I grabbed my shotgun, heart pounding, and stepped out of the bedroom. The hallway was dark, but at the end of it, I saw something. A person wearing black clothes, pale face. They were standing perfectly still, just watching me. I raised the shotgun, but my hands were shaking. I tried to speak, but my mouth was dry. I raised the shotgun, but my hands were shaking. I screamed, "Don't move," with my shaky voice. I saw in the dark the person slowly start lifting their leg and turning as if they were about to run. I screamed, "Stop." And at that moment, they darted out of the hallway, out of my line of sight. I heard their surprisingly heavy footsteps stomping out the front door into the dark. I ran outside and fired a shot, not into the air, but straight ahead into the darkness, low-key hoping I'd hit him in the dark. I screamed, "Don't come back." The shot hurt my ears, ricocheting off the walls of the house and the deck. I locked up the house, got to my truck, and drove into town. I slept in my truck that night. The next morning, a UBH drove out there. The front door to the house was unlocked again. That confirmed whoever that person was had a key to my grandfather's house. Nothing was broken or missing. Deputy H recommended I change the locks. He also, off the record, suggested I move out of that old place because someone out in those woods hasn't taken kindly to either my grandfather or myself being in that house. I drove out to the local home improvement store and switched the locks that day, that same hour. After that, I left that house to go to my parents' house out of state for a while. I left it to my dad to eventually sell that house. Anything of sentimental value we took out. The rest was just left in there or sold. My father, of course, left out the fact that there's some creep who's been stalking the house for apparently decades now. How they potentially got a key, who they were, why my grandfather never said anything, I don't know. It all disturbs me deeply. I personally think it was some disturbed creep living in a nearby house. I eventually moved to a more urban area. This experience left me honestly too unsettled to live in a remote location.
Options trading demands speed. This comes from a system that helps you build strategies for any outcome, analyze where volatility could strike next, track live options data, and execute instantly. Mumu Options Engine. Empower your trading.
Oh, hello. I'm Parker Posey. Can I let you know my summer hosting secret? It's a Long Island. A real Long Island. She's so easy. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it.
What you're about to hear is an experience that nearly made me lose my mind. It's still something that I think about quite often, if I'm being honest. But I've been able to recover a bit in the months since it's happened. The whole story is pretty quick, so I'll get right into it. I'm a single guy in my mid-30s. I live alone with no pets in a small one-story house. The house is really modest. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a living room, kitchen, dining room, and a tiny garage. That's it. Life is fantastic. Because of my profession, I can work on my own time and don't have to answer to anyone, whether that be a girlfriend, a parent, or an employer. Freedom has always been an imperative part of my life, so I've done my best to maximize it wherever possible. I know a lot of people are different. A lot of people might actually judge me for my, quote, immature lifestyle, but everyone has different priorities and preferences. So as long as no one judges me, I won't judge them. The excess freedom is definitely tethered to its own set of drawbacks, though. I've developed some bad habits that I'm sure some people would frown upon. One of them is my sleep schedule, which is god-awful. For some reason, I'm most productive at late hours of the night, so I often find myself staying up until dawn and sleeping into the afternoon. It's just how my body functions, and until I'm absolutely forced to, I don't see a reason to change anything. I was up really late one night. I'm talking past 3 a.m. late. I was sitting at my desk, getting some work done on my computer. I was in the zone, not even listening to music. Imagine yourself at peak hours. That's the kind of groove I was in. The room was dead silent, and I was alone with my thoughts, the sound of my keyboard, and my work. And then, bam, out of nowhere, the silence was interrupted by the sound of footsteps pounding down the hallway towards my bedroom, followed by 3 or 4 bangs on the bedroom door. Like deafening bangs, the type of bangs you'd expect the police trying to barge into a drug den would make. I shot up from my chair so fast I banged my knee on the desk and knocked my monitor over. I was just so shocked, it caught me completely off guard. Just imagine being in your own house at 3 a.m., alone, and complete silence just gets interrupted by banging on your door. It was and still is the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me. Standing up was a pure reaction. I was completely frozen after that. I had my eyes fixated on the door, dreading the moment I knew was coming. The door bursting open and someone barging into my room. Me having to fight a complete stranger in pitch black darkness. But it never came. I didn't hear anything else, not even the sounds of footsteps retreating from the door. It was like I had imagined it. I was 100% positive I hadn't. I don't know how long I stood there, but I physically could not force myself to move. It was like sleep paralysis, except I hadn't been dreaming. Then, finally, I heard the sounds of footsteps quickly walking back down the hall. So someone had been there. I don't know why, but hearing those footsteps again unlocked my brain. Without thinking, I grabbed an empty beer bottle off my desk, ran to the door, and started chasing after whoever had broken into my home. I didn't even try to be quiet. I screamed at the top of my lungs like a lunatic, hoping that would give me the extra adrenaline I needed. I ran through the entire house, screaming. I never found anyone. My house isn't that big. There aren't many places someone could hide. But even after checking every room, there was no one there. All the doors and windows were locked too, which was even more confusing. My bout of confidence was completely drained after that. I felt fear start flooding back in. I sprinted back to my room, locked the door, and called the police. In the time it took the police to arrive, I listened to my surroundings in complete silence, but never heard anything. When the police finally showed up, we searched the house together, but found nothing. One of the officers tried to convince me that whoever had been there had left, but I insisted that everything had been locked up. He told me I had probably overlooked something, and it took everything in me not to curse him out right there. I know for a fact that nothing had been unlocked. That didn't explain how that person had gotten into and out of my house, unless I had imagined it, but I know I didn't. For the next week, I was a psychological mess. My brain refused to accept that I had imagined something so vivid. I couldn't conceive of a possible way that that person had gotten into and out of my house. I'm much better now. There was a time where I had trouble sleeping, eating, working, everything. Even now, the only explanation I can think of is that I somehow didn't notice an unlocked window or door in my house. Still, though, why anyone would crash through my house just to run away is a complete mystery to me. I work for a property preservation company. Basically, we handle foreclosed homes, securing them, cleaning them out, winterizing them, sometimes even boarding them up if there's been vandalism. It's not glamorous work, but it pays well. For the most part, it's quiet. You spend a lot of time alone in houses that used to belong to people who are long gone. Sometimes it's sad, sometimes it's just boring. Every once in a while, you get a house that feels unsettling. This happened in 2020. I was assigned to clear out a property in a rural part of upstate New York. It was one of those dying places. Only one gas station, half the businesses shuttered, roads cracked and overgrown. The house itself was a small, one-story place off a dirt road, surrounded by overgrown brush and woods on three sides. No other homes nearby, just trees and silence. According to the file, the house had been foreclosed after the owner, an elderly woman, passed away, and no heirs had stepped forward to claim the estate. The utilities had been shut off for over a year. Our job was to catalog any remaining property, empty it out, and secure it for winter. I drove up on a Monday morning around 9 a.m. with a small box truck and all my gear. From the outside, the house looked intact. Windows closed, door locked, roof fine, just a lot of weeds and vines climbing up the porch. I had to shove the front door open because it had swollen in the frame. But once inside, everything looked pretty standard. It was dusty, stale air and faded furniture. Then my work phone rang. It startled me because I had no signal out there. I'd already checked and noticed I had no bars. The phone buzzed anyway. There was no number on the caller ID. It just said unknown caller. I answered, and there was nothing. Just a low crackling sound, like static. I said hello twice, then hung up. Chalked it up to a glitch. I got to work. I always start with photos, documenting every room, every item. The living room was cluttered with old furniture, lace curtains, some framed paintings. It reminded me of my grandma's house. Heavy furniture, doilies, porcelain figures. The hallway had a smell. Not rot, more like mildew and dust, and something faintly metallic. There were 3 bedrooms. One had been stripped bare except for a sagging mattress on the floor. Another was clearly a sewing room, with thread spools everywhere and a dusty machine on the desk. I took a closer look. There was a corkboard filled with old newspaper clippings. They were mostly obituaries. Dozens of them, all clipped out with scissors and pinned carefully to the board. No names I recognized, all local. I moved on. In the master bedroom, there was a rotary phone on the nightstand. I remember stopping and staring at it for a second because I hadn't seen one in years. It was off-white, yellowed with age, with a long coiled cord. The kind of phone that would never ring again because the line had been cut long ago. I moved on to the bathroom. That's when my phone rang again. It said unknown caller again. This time I hesitated, picked it up, stepped out into the hallway, and answered. Again, nothing. This time, after about 5 seconds, I heard a whisper, very soft, so quiet I could barely make it out. It said, "Don't answer the phone in the bedroom." Then the line went dead. I stood there, frozen, heart pounding. The house was dead silent. I checked the windows, all closed. Nobody was outside. There was no sign of forced entry. My first thought was that someone had pranked me. It's what anyone would think. Maybe one of the other crew guys was messing with me. But no one else knew I was there that early. And again, I had no signal. I checked my phone. 1 bar, then nothing. Like it flickered in and out of existence. I tried calling my supervisor. The call failed. I decided to finish the job quickly. I started boxing up loose items in the living room. Books, figurines, dusty glassware. The whole time, I felt off, like I was being watched. I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see someone standing down there. And the phone rang a 3rd time. But not my phone. The rotary phone in the bedroom. I heard it from across the house. A shrill, mechanical ring that echoed through the rooms. That phone should have been dead. The line was disconnected. No dial tone and no service. yet it rang like an old-fashioned bell. I walked slowly down the hallway toward the bedroom, phone still in my hands. It rang again and again. I stepped into the doorway. The phone sat on the nightstand, the receiver trembling slightly with each ring. There was no chance I was picking up that phone. The rings eventually stopped. I backed out of the room. I wanted to leave. Part of my job was securing the property. I still had to check the basement. I almost said screw it, but something made me keep going. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I just didn't want to admit how scared I was. The basement door was in the kitchen. I opened it slowly. The stairs creaked as I stepped down, flashlight in hand. I smelled mold and something like rust. There were shelves along the wall, filled with old paint cans and some broken furniture. In the back corner, there was a small table. On it, a cordless phone, a newer model. It was gray plastic and covered in dust. Next to it, a stack of yellowed notebooks. I picked one up and flipped through it. Each page had a name and a date and a short sentence. Lena H., July 3rd, 2019. Rang once, didn't answer. Carl N., September 12th, 2019. Picked up, warned him. It was more like this, dozens of entries. I dropped the notebook. My heart felt like it completely dropped out of my body as I looked around the basement, fearing I wasn't alone down there, that someone was watching me from any corner in the darkness. I rushed back up the stairs, looking behind me the whole time, heart in my throat. I didn't finish the job. I drove straight back to the office and turned in my report. I didn't tell them everything. I just said the property was unsafe and possibly had squatters or interference. They reassigned the job to another crew. 2 days later, I got a text from one of the other guys, Mark. He'd gone out there that morning to finish the job. I hadn't told him specifically what happened. His message said, "The phone in the bedroom with no service rang while I was in there. What the hell?" I called his work cell phone immediately, and he told me he didn't answer the phone in the house because he was too freaked out. The next day, Mark apparently quit without notice and never returned to work. He's not dead or anything. I admittedly looked him up on Facebook eventually. He posted stuff since then, but I never spoke to him again. I don't know what else he saw in the house. It must have been something bad enough for him to want to distance himself from this job. My boss did call the police to report the potential squatters after Mark quit. They found nobody inside of the house.
AWS AI is helping businesses think bigger. It's transforming lifelong learning with Pearson. Turning race day data into real-time insights for Formula One fans. Reinventing the journey for every United customer. How will AI revolutionize your business? AWS AI is how.
Weird. Must be a sign. Everything about that house, from its location to its eerie, dilapidated interior, to the phone calls to my cell phone, that voice on that line, that damn house phone ringing. It's like I found myself in a legitimate horror movie. I swear it had to be one of two things: an elaborate sick prank or an equally elaborate trap. When I was 10 years old, my family moved into a bigger house because my mom had just gotten remarried and we needed more space. The house was nice, newer than the one we lived in before. It was in a quiet neighborhood with a lot of trees. I thought I would be happy there. At first, everything seemed normal, but then little things started happening that made me feel like the house wasn't right. My bedroom was at the end of the hall. It had two big windows that faced the backyard. and a closet that was deeper than the one I had before. I liked it until the first night I slept there. I woke up around midnight because I heard something moving in the closet. It wasn't loud, just soft shuffling like clothes being brushed against. I stared at the closet and told myself it was just the house settling. I know it sounds cliche, but most people, even as children, would assume small sounds coming from here and there in a house are just typical house noises that you hear every day. But then I saw the door move. It didn't swing open, but it shivered like someone had lightly pressed on it from the inside. I wanted to run to my mom's room, but I was frozen. I stayed that way until I fell back asleep, still staring at the closet. The next morning, the closet door was cracked open just a little, even though I had shut it tight. I asked my mom if she had gone in there, and she said no. She said maybe the air vents pushed it, but I knew it wasn't the air vents. The nights after that got worse. I started hearing tapping on the window glass. At first, I thought it was tree branches, but when I looked, there were no branches near the window. The tapping would go on for minutes. When I pulled the blanket over my head, it would stop. I tried to ignore it until one night I finally peeked out. I saw a pale hand pressed against the window. It was on the outside, but the window was on the second floor, way too high for anyone to reach without a ladder. The hand stayed there for a long time, just pressed, without moving. Then it slid down slowly and disappeared. I didn't sleep at all that night. I told my mom, and she started cracking up laughing when I told her. She didn't believe me for a second. When she saw that I wasn't just saying it as a prank or a joke, she leaned more into trying to convince me that I was probably in a half-asleep state and seeing things from my dream. But I knew that was a load of horseshit. My stepdad didn't believe me either. He said I was making it up for attention, and he also got a laugh out of it. But I started noticing he kept the hallway light on at night, so maybe he didn't feel as safe as he pretended. A month later, my little brother, who was 4, started talking about the white lady. He would say she came into his room and sat on his bed. My mom thought it was just his imagination. One night, I heard him screaming. I ran in and saw him curled up under his blanket crying. He finally calmed down. He said the white lady had been standing by his door, just staring at him. He said her eyes were all black. I believed him because of what I had seen at my window. I started sleeping with the blanket over my head every night. But that didn't stop the dreams. I began to dream of the white lady too. She would stand in the corner of my room and whisper my name. Her voice was dry, like leaves rubbing together. Sometimes I would wake up and still hear it, faint but definitely real. One night I woke up and saw her standing at the foot of my bed. She was taller than anyone I had ever seen. Her head almost touched the ceiling. She wore a long white dress that moved even though the air was still. Her hair was black and stringy, and her face was pale like chalk. Her eyes were like empty black holes. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I shut my eyes, and when I opened them again, she was gone, and my closet door was wide open. After that, I couldn't go in my closet anymore. I begged my mom to let me sleep in her room, but she said I need to learn how to be brave. I think she didn't want to admit she was scared too. The worst night came during a storm. Heavy rain and loud wind. I woke up to the sound of my window creaking. When I looked, the window was slowly sliding open, even though it was locked. I could see the lock turning by itself. The window opened all the way. I saw the white lady climb in. She didn't move like a person. She floated. Her feet never touched the floor. She drifted toward my bed and leaned down until her face was right in front of mine. I felt her cold breath on my skin. She whispered my name again, and this time I screamed as loud as I could. My mom and stepdad came running in, but when they turned on the light, the window was closed and locked, and no one else was there. They yelled at me for scaring everyone, but I could see in their faces that they were worried. The weird thing about that part of the story is that I don't vividly remember what happened between the moment I saw that lady floating towards me and my screaming. The best I can explain it is that I sort of blacked out for a moment before remembering screaming and having my parents rush into the room. My window was closed again, which would suggest to people that it was just a night terror. That's what my parents believed it was, I think. My mom started taking me to therapy for a while because they were worried about me. We lived in that house for 3 more years. I never got used to it. My brother stopped talking about the white lady, but I think it was because he was too scared, not because she stopped visiting. Sometimes I would hear him crying at night and saying, "Go away." I think he just also didn't want to be forced into going to therapy. Sometimes when it storms at night, I still get scared to even get up to go to the bathroom or get water. Glance over at corners of the room, making sure I don't see something tall lurking there. It goes to show how these kinds of things stick with you into adulthood. I'd be more open to believing it was simply night terrors if it weren't for the fact that I saw that hand on my window before my little brother even first mentioned the white lady. I guess this is just one of those freakish experiences that cannot be explained. This happened in early December 2 years ago, when I drove up into the mountains to visit an old friend I had not seen in a long time. His fictional name for this story is Scott, and my real name is Jeremy. We had been friends since middle school, but after graduation, he moved out to a small mountain town with his family. Over the years, we slowly drifted apart. I stayed in New York City for work, and he stayed up in the mountains. We never fought or anything. We just stopped keeping up with each other's lives. When he reached out to me out of nowhere and said I should come visit for a weekend, it made me feel kind of nostalgic and excited. He said it was the best time to come up because the snow added to the rustic rural vibe. I figured it would be fun to catch up. The drive up the mountain was extra long because I drove a bit slower due to icy conditions. There were barely any other cars on the road. The sun went down around 4 p.m. since it was December. By the time I reached the area where he was living, it was already pitch black. He lived in one of those older wooden houses on the side of the mountain. There were only a few scattered houses nearby, all spaced out far from each other. He lives in a good area for skiing. Only I could ski. When I pulled into his driveway and he came outside to greet me, the first thing I noticed was that something about him felt off, or just different. I hadn't seen him in years, so I figured maybe I just forgot what he looked like and acted like. But the way he talked was different. Slower than he used to talk, and he kept pausing between sentences like he forgot what he was saying. He helped carry my bag inside. The inside of the house was warm but pretty empty. Not much furniture except for a couch, a table, a couple chairs, and some antique-looking wall decor. He told me I could sleep on the couch for the weekend since it folded into a pull-out bed. I told him that was fine. The house had a long, dark hallway across from the couch that led to a bathroom and 2 empty guest rooms, which he explained were empty because this used to be his grandparents' house and they recently passed away. He told me he lived alone here now. The hallway had no light at the end, and the doors were all open, so from the couch, all I could see was this pitch-black rectangle stretching into the back of the house. For some reason, it made me uncomfortable, even though there was nothing obviously scary about it. That first night, we talked a little bit about old times. It felt strange. His general demeanor and mannerisms were more socially awkward now. I chalked it up to the fact that living alone in the mountains for years could make anyone a bit weird. He barely made eye contact, and I did feel like he kept looking in the direction of the hallway. When it was time to sleep, he went upstairs to his bedroom, and I got the couch set up. I left the light near the hallway on because the dark made me nervous. I felt stupid about it, but the hallway really bothered me. I fell asleep, and at around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a thumping sound from upstairs. I quickly realized they were fast footsteps running across the floor above me. It sounded like someone sprinting from one end of the room to the other, then stopping and then sprinting again. The footsteps went on for about 20 seconds before just stopping completely. I waited to hear a door open or close or anything. There was complete silence after that. I eventually fell back asleep, even though I was pretty creeped the fuck out after that. The second day was even weirder. Scott acted distracted the entire day, barely talking, barely eating. Whenever I asked if he was feeling okay, he would just nod without saying anything. I didn't understand why he was acting this way, being that he invited me here for the weekend for what I assumed was to catch up and rekindle our friendship. I also counted him going down that hallway at least 5 times throughout the day. I never bothered to check what he was looking at. Since there was a bathroom at the end of the hall, I just presumed he was going in there, even though I never heard it flush. That night, the weather got worse, and a snowstorm rolled through. Wind slammed against the house hard enough to make the walls shake a little. It was awesome, honestly. I love the vibe of being snowed in a cozy place. I went to the couch and scrolled on my phone for like an hour, then went to sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up again. This time I heard soft scraping sounds. They were coming from downstairs, somewhere in the hallway. It sounded like something dragging across the wooden floor. And it just stopped. Then there was a sudden tap on the wall behind me, like someone had flicked it with their finger. I turned and looked down the hallway. I didn't leave that light on that night, so it was completely dark. I didn't want to get up. I did my best to just roll to the other side and block the noises out. Old house, I kept telling myself. I did fall back asleep. The next thing I remember is waking up in the morning. The third night was the worst. By this time, I felt uneasy in the house in general. I kept catching Scott staring at me for too long without saying anything, like he was checking if I noticed something. I almost thought about leaving early, but the snowstorm was supposed to last until morning. After dinner, Scott went upstairs early and I stayed up on my phone, starting to question the point of this visit entirely. Eventually, I set up the couch and laid down. I shut my eyes and tried to sleep, but sometime around 2 in the morning again, I woke up without knowing why. My eyes opened, but the rest of my body refused to move. I had heard of sleep paralysis before, but I had never experienced it. It was like being awake inside a dead body. I could only move my eyes. I couldn't even move my fingers. I started to panic, but then something made it even worse. I noticed movement at the far end of the hallway. At first, it was so dark that I couldn't tell if it was real or not. But after a few seconds, I realized what I was seeing. Scott was standing at the very end of the hallway. I could only see his outline because his face was completely hidden in the darkness. His arms hung at his sides, and he was standing perfectly still, like he'd been there for a long time just watching me. It was like a scene from Paranormal Activity. I tried to speak to him, but no sound came out. I tried to move or twitch or anything, but my body stayed frozen. I didn't even feel like I was breathing, to be honest. I could only stare. He stood there for what felt like an entire minute, not moving at all. Then, without warning, he slowly turned to his right and walked into the guest room at the end of the hall. He disappeared into the darkness without a sound. My body slowly started to regain control. First my fingers, then my arms, then my ability to sit up. Once I fully snapped out of it, I sat up shaking and sweating. I kept telling myself it might have just been a dream or a hallucination, since sleep paralysis can cause that, but something in my gut said it wasn't. I whispered his name to see if he would answer. Nothing. Against everything in me, I got up and forced myself to walk down the hallway toward the room he had gone into. I stepped inside. The room looked empty, but in the far corner by the window, someone was standing. I could see the shape of a person facing the window looking outside. I couldn't tell if it was Scott. Either way, the sight was horrifying. I slowly backed out and then ran upstairs to his bedroom. I found Scott asleep in his bed, completely knocked out. I shook him awake and he looked confused and irritated, like he had no idea why I was waking him up. When I tried to tell him what I saw, he refused to go downstairs. I begged him to believe me that someone else was in the house. He would not even look toward the stairs. He didn't say anything. His expression changed in a way that scared me even more. He looked like he already knew what I had seen. I then asked him firmly, "Scott, who is that downstairs?" He just looked at me and shrugged his shoulders. At that point, I decided I was done. I didn't care about the snow or the time. I ran downstairs and grabbed my bag to pack my stuff. I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see that person standing there again. Genuinely, I just wanted to teleport out of that house immediately. I got outside. The cold air almost relieved me. I brushed snow off my car and got inside as fast as possible. As I backed out of the driveway, I made the mistake of looking up at the house one last time. In that window of the room at the end of the hallway, I saw a silhouette. Surely that same person I saw standing in that room just before. That was the last thing I ever saw of Scott's house. After that weekend, he stopped responding to texts. I threatened to call in a wellness check when I got worried that he got murdered or something. Finally, he responded saying, "I'm fine." That's it though. He didn't respond to any further texts, so I stopped bothering. That was not the same Scott I knew from school. Whatever happened to him, and whoever that was in this house, it's not my problem. I'd be lying if I said it doesn't terrify the shit out of me though.
Oh, give us some salsa.
Oh, shit on down, you two.
What time is your shift in, sir?
I'm not gonna hide your Belinda.
Oh, George.
I once booked an Airbnb by myself in an area in Arizona that I had a job interview. Since it was so far from home, I made a short trip out of it. I went with this one specific Airbnb because it was much cheaper than any hotels I could find. It was about half an hour away from where I'd be interviewing for, which was fine with me. It was off some dead-end, secluded road, and it had a nice view of the desert in the backyard. I brought my laptop with me to get work done at my at-the-time current job during the day, so that kept me busy most of the days I was there. I stayed for 3 days. My interview was on the second day that I was there, which was a Tuesday. I would be leaving Friday, so on Monday, the night before my interview, I was practicing interview questions for this specific company, and just generally getting some last-minute knowledge on their firm. I was doing this on my laptop in the living room of the little house, probably around 9 p.m. There was a tap at the window. I say tap because it wasn't exactly a knock. It sounded more like it could have been someone's finger. My head, of course, swung to the left to look at the window in reaction. I didn't see anyone, but it was also pitch black outside. I was kind of scared to look out the window, but I had to be man and just do it. And there was no one as far as the eye could see, just darkness. Of course, maybe it could have been a bug hitting the window. We've got some pretty nasty bugs here after all. The next day, I got through my interview and thought I did pretty well. So for the rest of my little trip there, I explored different parts of the town in my car, ate at different restaurants, and sat in the backyard and relaxed in the sun. Little did I know, I was likely being watched while I was in the backyard. That night, I was inside watching Breaking Bad on Netflix. It happened again. A single tap at the window. Now it was obvious it wasn't a bug. I was even more disturbed now. I once again rushed to the window. Even though I saw no one, that didn't mean someone wasn't out there. I checked the windows by the front door, then opened the door and looked outside for a second. Since there was no one there, I went back inside and then went to the back door. I stepped outside onto the back porch, looked out to the desert behind the house. Silence and darkness. And then I heard a click. The sound someone made, like clicking their tongue at the roof of their mouth. It was off in the distance, beyond the light from the house. It was out somewhere in that cold desert. I felt as though someone could be hiding behind any number of those bushes, watching me and toying with me. I yelled out, almost as if they did it in response. There was another click. I pinpointed the direction it came from and looked that way. I could see someone now, standing not too far away, dressed in dark clothes, blending into the darkness of the desert. I started walking a little closer, then stopped, realizing I didn't want to get any closer to that person. I called out, "You're on private property. I'm going to call the cops if you don't leave." And I saw the person eerily quickly walk away. I theorized it was the Airbnb owner, but obviously that was a stretch, and I didn't really know what to actually think. The night following, I was in my bed on my laptop watching Breaking Bad again before going to bed. I think I watched 2 episodes, so I was doing this for about an hour and a half. I didn't hear any noises in the house, though I was definitely giving thought to that encounter from earlier while watching the show. When I finally turned off the light in the room and tried to fall asleep, within 10 seconds, there was a click sound again, muffled from the inside of the closet. I looked at the closet door, which was open just a crack, and a pretty natural response. I sprang off the bed, still in my PJs, and ran to the car. I sat in the driveway with the car running, and I called 911. I stared at the house as I spoke to the dispatcher, waiting to see if someone would come out, as all my stuff was still in there. police car arrived, and upon entering the house, we did a quick investigation of the house together. It was very small with not many places to hide. Conclusively, I still packed my stuff and left that place that night for a nearby hotel. I contacted both Airbnb and the host and was only able to get a partial refund for my stay. I still think it may have been the host of the Airbnb. I mean, who else would have access to the house? No signs of forced entry, which leads me to believe whoever it was may have had a key. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a stranger who snuck in at an opportune time. My wife Cheryl and I have been together for 10 years. We got married 2 years ago. We just got a house together not even a month ago, and things couldn't have started on worse notes. We moved to a small inland town of Georgia called Waycross. That's all the details I'm giving, though, to avoid any more possible issues. We're on a quiet street with a big property that sits in front of a medium-sized patch of woods, which was one of the factors that really appealed to my wife and I. We plan to adopt a dog and raise kids here, so we wanted a big property for the dog and kids to play around on. We both work similar shifts. I get home around 5 and she gets home around 6 most of the time. The first 2 nights in the house went completely normal. It was the weekend, so we spent our entire days unpacking. It wasn't until Monday night, when we were both in bed, only having turned the lights out maybe 20 minutes ago, that outside from the backyard, there was the sound of this blasting music. Our nearest neighbors on either side were spaced out enough that we couldn't mistake music from their yards being in our yard. It was definitely in our backyard. It wasn't party music or anything like that. It sounded like very old, staticky, vintage music. The windows were shut, so after my wife and I exchanged horrified glances at each other and wondered where the music could be coming from, I opened my window on my side of the bed, and it was much clearer. There was some song that sounded like it was from the 1940s or something blasting. I later found out after looking up the lyrics that the song name was Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf by Henry Hall. It has a slight eerie vibe to it for some reason, even though it was meant to be a happy song. But at the time of listening to it coming from our backyard, it was nothing but downright horrifying. We were still learning the house, but we figured there must be a backyard light switch downstairs. I ran downstairs to the back door and flipped the light switches next to the door, and one of them turned on the backyard lights. I didn't see anyone in the backyard. I opened the door, and the music was louder, obviously. As I walked out into the grass, I realized it wasn't coming from the backyard, rather from the woods. The song played to completion as I was outside in the yard, just standing there looking around. When the song ended, there was silence again. It seemed like someone must have been playing some stupid housewarming prank, but it wasn't appreciated. I went back to my wife and told her it was probably just some kids trying to scare the new ones in town for whatever reason. Hearing myself even say that, I realized how stupid and weird it sounded. Why would anyone do that? The next night, it happened again. A few minutes after we turned out the lights in the bedroom, music from outside started blasting. This time much louder. The song playing was that song everyone's heard, Tiptoe Through the Tulips. Cheryl and I once again looked at each other, this time in genuine disgust and worry, because we had hoped it was just going to be a one-time thing, but it was happening again. I looked out the window. This time I could see something on the grass. It wasn't a person. There was definitely something out there. I told my wife I was going to check it out. She said we should just call the cops. And I said, yeah, we will in a second. I went out there with this mindset that I need to establish I'm the man of the house, not just my wife, but to whoever was thinking they could mess with us just for being the new people on the block. When I was in the yard, I saw the object in the grass was smaller than I had thought. The blaring, creepy song was coming from it. I realized it was an old radio. I turned it off and looked up at the window at my wife who was watching. I held it up, yelling that someone left it there to scare us with the music. What she did next was not something I expected in response to that. She started screaming my name to run inside. She kept screaming, run. I yelled, why? She screamed back, there's people standing behind you. This statement made my heart skip a beat. I turned around to face the woods. I saw 3 figures standing like 6 feet apart from each other, clearly facing my direction. They weren't running at me, just standing there. I yelled, oh shit, and ran back inside the house, slamming the door behind me. My wife was upstairs, hysterical, crying already. I told her I'd call the cops, and I did. They arrived thankfully not that long after. All the while, we were scared to hear knocks at one of the doors or windows. My wife and I desperately explained the situation to both of the police that arrived, and I showed them the radio on the ground. I asked them if they could take it back with them as evidence for prints. I told them I only touched the top part with the handle. They did take the radio. They also checked the front of the woods with their flashlights for a few minutes, probably just as a deterrent to the people in the woods to stop their behavior if they were still there. When the police left, honestly, we went right back to feeling vulnerable and scared. Thank Christ the people never returned. This was only a few weeks ago, though. God forbid they came back. I'd try to get it on video. I worked as a nurse in multiple hospitals and facilities. Before the current hospital I work at, I worked at a geriatric hospital 30 minutes from my house. I had experience working with older patients before, so this was nothing new to me. I had been working at this hospital for only a couple of weeks, and you'll soon understand why. This was on my second to last shift at this hospital, unbeknownst to me at the start of that night. I was working the graveyard shift, and I was running on negative hours of sleep. I was assigned to the Alzheimer's ward. The patients in this ward absolutely adored me. My presence as a young girl in her 20s among the residents of this ward who were otherwise left to themselves to float around in their minds, I'm sure saw me as a breath of fresh air, someone who could tie them to the now or to the everyday. If you're just left to yourself, you can mentally go to other places, but with someone else in your space, you're tied to that moment in time. I was dealing with a number of patients that night, but one was a little more restless than the others. Her name was Lena. This was my first night dealing with her. She kept telling me anytime I'd enter her room about the voices she kept hearing, and the man dressed in black she kept seeing in the corner of the room. The other lady in her room requested her curtain be closed before my shift started so that Lena would leave her alone. She was a sweet lady that smiled whenever I was around her, but she didn't say much and was very forgetful. Since I started my shift around 9 p.m., most of the patients were asleep by 11, but not Lena. Whenever she called me into the room, she'd be frightened of these alleged voices she was hearing, and the man in black that kept staring at her in the corner of the room. Not gonna lie, it was creeping me out a little. I believed that in her mind she was seeing and hearing these things, and I sympathized with her because I imagined them to be very scary. But still, I tried my best to calm her down and get her to go to sleep. I didn't want to turn on the TV to calm her down because I wanted to be courteous of the other patient in the room. I held Lena's hands and told her it's okay, to breathe and to relax. I reminded her that she wasn't here alone, and I was always just a call away. This seemed to do the trick. Lena relaxed for a while, and the next time I came in the room, she was asleep. Once most, if not all, of the patients are asleep, the night goes much slower. Time almost moves in reverse. An hour or two later, I was in the linen room stocking my cart, and I heard something in the room. It was a relatively small, dead quiet room. I had the door closed too. That's why hearing another noise was weird. I turned, saw nothing, and resumed stocking my cart. Then I felt what I can only describe to be a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my shoulder, jumped, and screamed. There was nothing on my shoulder. There was no one in the room. Yet I knew I felt something large basically grab my shoulder. I went out in the hall for a second to peek my head. No other nurses in sight. Dead quiet. I had nothing else to do but resume what I was doing. I continued stocking the cart until it was full. Then I turned to face the door. And I fell to the floor and started screaming as my heart was immediately in my throat. There was a man dressed in black standing outside the door, looking through the glass, smiling. My screams were loud enough to wake the entire ward. The man disappeared out of sight through the glass window of the door. Seconds later, the door opened and one of my fellow nurses came in to help me off the floor as I was hysterical. I asked her if she saw the man dressed in black. Her response was, "What man? There's no one else here." We checked all the rooms in the ward. There wasn't anybody dressed in black in there. My screams woke Lena from whatever light sleep she must have been in. And when I came into her room, she started talking of the voices. This time the screams, which she didn't know were my screams. I asked her what this man in black looked like, if he was smiling. And she looked at me, and I noticed her eyebrows point down, as her expression changed to look the most focused I'd seen her the entire day. She asked, "How did you know?" And even with my heart still racing, I felt it skip a beat as she said this. She started screaming now, screaming, "Get me out of here, he's coming." The other nurses came in and tried to calm her down. I was switched to a different ward that night with someone else, and I eventually ended up going home early because I was just so freaked out. I texted the head nurse the next day that my next shift would be my last, that the experience traumatized me, and that I didn't really want to be in that building anymore. I got as friendly of a response as I could have hoped for. I've never been diagnosed with anything, nor have I ever dealt with hallucinations of any kind. I'm aware of the effects of lack of sleep, but this was next level. I don't know if my mind started playing tricks on me from what Lena was telling me all night, but the feeling of the hand on my shoulder, the image of the smiling man behind the glass door, matching the description a patient kept giving multiple times. This was one of those once-in-a-lifetime, unexplainable supernatural occurrences. At least, I hope it was once in a lifetime. This is the way.
No running. Having a merman as a lifeguard, that's a power move. Hiring America's largest injury law firm for your injury, that's also a power move. Morgan & Morgan.
Cash in on big savings with hundreds of digital coupons, like this one in the Market Street 40U app.
Tired of pouring your hard-earned money into rent? Imagine your monthly payments becoming equity. More space, more peace, for less than you think. Why rent when you can own? Play Home Support Group. Take a tour today.
I was driving home from work one night, taking my usual route home. I got out at midnight, so it was probably 12:15-ish at this point. My town is pretty quiet and boring. A lot of woods everywhere, not a lot of people or houses. I was on this road not far from my house with a cornfield on one side and a patch of woods on the other. It was midsummer and like 75 degrees, so I had my convertible topped out. I was cruising down the street going like 50 when I heard a loud, blood-curdling woman's scream come from one side of the road. I couldn't tell which one. I brought the car to a quick halt by slamming on the brakes and listening. There was a woman's cry from the left side in the woods. She was crying for help. I got out of my car and grabbed the baton from my back seat. I walked towards the woods and called back, "Who's out there?" And the woman immediately called back, "Please help me." I began to run into the woods, swiping all the twigs and bushes out of my way. I yelled out to the woman to keep screaming so I could find her. She'd every 10 seconds or so scream help. I'd approach in that direction, running, screaming back. But pretty soon, I started to realize no matter how far into the woods I went, the woman's yells didn't seem to get any closer or louder. If anything, they were always the same distance, even though I was booking it straight in the direction of the screams. I screamed out, "Tell me where you are." And about 5 seconds later, the woman once again screamed out, "Help." I stopped in my tracks now. I didn't like this. I started to feel like I was walking into some kind of trap. I turned around and started running back in the direction I came. I ran and ran until I could see the flashing headlights of my car on the side of the road beyond the trees. The whole way back, I still heard the woman's screams, but they were still the same distance no matter how much closer to my car I got, as if she were following me back. Was I being stalked? I got in my car and just drove out of there, completely freaked out. I called 911 to report it to the authorities in case they want to investigate it. I wasn't sticking around there though. I was tired. After telling a few friends and family about the strange encounter, I was ready to move on with my life. A week later, I saw something on the news that made me sick to my stomach. The dead body of a 30-something-year-old woman was found in the woods by a man hiking with his dog. Oddly, there were no signs of foul play. The location that the body was reported to have been found was the same general area where I heard the screams. While that patch of woods is very big, I can't help but feel that would be a huge coincidence. Back before my girlfriend Jenny and I officially started dating, we would still hang out all the time. We both snowboard. Her family has a little cabin-type house in Vermont, not far from Stowe Mountain Resort. This was around our maybe 10th time hanging out. She invited me to go up there for a weekend with her to go snowboarding for the first time together. It was like a 5-hour drive. We neared her little house. We spent about half an hour on this very windy, secluded road on which we'd pass occasional driveways that would lead up into properties blocked off by walls of trees. We were way up there in the mountains. The sight of other cars by this point was something to behold. It really felt like we were alone up there. A lot of the driveways didn't even have tire marks in the snow, meaning even a lot of the houses were void of people. Jenny told me that's because a lot of the houses here were owned by people out of state, just like her situation. I was going like 30. She yelled at me to slow down, it's coming up. So I hit the brakes. This little opening in the trees that I otherwise would have missed came up. We drove this narrow trail at 4-wheel drive, which led to this small house covered in snow. It looked incredibly cozy. We parked, and the first thing we did was turn the heat on in the little house. We unloaded our stuff inside. Since it was already getting dark that night, we just cooked some of the food we packed for dinner and watched a movie. Pursuit of Happiness, actually. So the house had just about everything. Heat, electricity, except running water. Her family had jugs and jugs of water for important things like washing hands and plates and stuff. There was no working toilet, so she told me we had to use the outhouse outside. I only had to go pee that night, so I just went out to the front deck and peed into the snow. It was also snowing out that night. We fell asleep at some point during the second movie we watched. We woke up pretty early to our phone alarms. We wanted the freshies on the mountain. We started getting ready to drive up to the ski resort. After breakfast, I had to go out to the outhouse, though. I ran out to the outhouse in my shoes, and my feet started to freeze. On my way to the outhouse, though, I saw footprints in the snow. They were kind of big, but I couldn't tell if they were boot marks or animal prints. I followed the trail, and it actually wrapped around the house and then went into the woods. I called Jenny outside. She came to look and said it was probably a black bear since they're everywhere up here. So I went and did my business, and we set off to the ski resort, where we had a good 8-hour run. Afterwards, we stopped at a diner to eat, and then went back to the house. By this point, it was pitch black outside and snowing again. We set up a fire and got the heat on full blast and started blasting some music. We started to drink, and eventually I had to break the seal and pee. But also, I was throwing my boots on anyway. I figured I'd do all my business in the outhouse. I ran out into the snowstorm and to the outhouse once more. This time I slammed the door shut to prevent snow and cold air blowing in my face. I heard the blasting music from inside the house still. Then, over that, I heard the crunching sound of footsteps in the snow, passing the outhouse. "Jenny?" I yelled. No answer. The footsteps just walked away. I brought my phone with me, so I just texted her, "Are you outside?" It didn't immediately deliver, though, because my cell reception sucked up there. A few minutes passed, and I was still in the outhouse. I was just about to finish when the blasting music suddenly stopped. It was just pure silence, minus the sound of snowflakes hitting the ground outside. As soon as I stepped out of the outhouse, I realized it was pitch black out here now. The lights from the house were off. I figured maybe the power went out. I used my phone's flashlight. I noticed a fresh pair of footsteps in the snow leading to the house. I followed the footsteps in the front door. They seemed to stop and continue around the house. I banged on the door and yelled Jenny's name. Suddenly the door opened and an arm pulled me inside the house. It was Jenny. She slammed the door shut and locked it. She whispered that there was a man who tried to open the door, which she locked as soon as I went to the outhouse because she was scared being alone. When she saw the person at the door wasn't me, she cut the power and hid in a corner in the living room, watched in horror as a stranger walked past the living room window slowly, looking inside. I came to the door only a couple minutes after this happened. Jenny told me about the secret cellar in the floor that her dad kept a couple rifles and shotgun in. Navigating in the dark, I found the handle to it and lifted it open. Now using my flashlight, I climbed down the little ladder and grabbed one of the guns off the wall. We then waited on the couch in the dark, afraid to turn the lights back on, exposing ourselves to whoever was out there. The closest neighbors were not a short walk. Jenny said it wouldn't have been any of them, and odds are they weren't even in Vermont right now. Once again, the only sound was the sound of snowflakes hitting the ground outside, until the sickening sound of footsteps in the snow outside returned. I took the loaded gun and marched to the front door, opened it, and shot like 3 rounds into the air, screaming. The footstep sounds were gone. Imagine they ran off and the sound of the shots echoing into the air masked the sound of the footsteps running away. We left the next morning under the recommendation of her father, who said it's best to not be there at the moment. They don't really have anything they're worried about being stolen. So we just got the hell out of there the next day. At least we got our full day of snowboarding. That horrific night was definitely an experience, to say the least. My name is Howard. I'm 25 years old, and I live on my family's farm. I help take care of it when my parents are out of town. It's just a little family farm, not a commercial farm or anything like that. My parents want me to take it over when they're too old to take care of it anymore, as I'm the oldest of three and the only son. But honestly, I don't really want to. I don't see myself staying in the middle of Arkansas my whole life, and especially not after something really weird that happened only last July. My parents were on a romantic trip for a week, so it was my two sisters, Crystal and Morgan, and I taking care of the property while they were gone. There's not much around here, lots of privacy and such, a little too much in my opinion, except for this one night. It started later on in the night, as it was approaching time to go to bed. My sisters do college online. Crystal takes summer courses, so she was in her room on her laptop doing work. Morgan and I were just hanging out watching some dumb show in the living room. All three of us kind of want to get out of the farm lifestyle. Me especially, since I'm oldest and in the prime of my 20s. One dreaded part of farm life is the predators, though. Not just the animals that come and eat your produce, the people that come and steal from you. Believe it or not, it happens. It hasn't happened many times to us, but it does happen. We have a few guns in the house for this exact reason. Our two dogs outside suddenly started going crazy in the backyard. Something spooked them for sure. I first thing went outside to the yard to see what they were barking at. They both were looking in the direction of the crops, going crazy. I yelled at them to shut up, and they went quiet. I stepped right in front of the crops and listened. I heard a whistling from inside of the cornfield. It was undoubtedly a human's whistling. This was the first time I was experiencing a trespasser on the property with my dad not here. I had to hurry inside to get one of the guns. The dogs started barking again. I told my sisters that someone's outside the cornfield and I had to go chase them away. They both said that was a terrible idea to go run into the cornfield in the dark, and they knocked some sense into me when I realized they were right. I also realized how downright terrifying that would be. So instead, I went out back to the dogs once more going crazy, barking in the direction of the crops. I aimed the gun into the air and fired off a shot which echoed into the night, silencing the dogs. I also was on some kind of power trip in the moment and screamed out to get off our land as loud as I could. I felt that would have done the trick and went back inside. My sisters were both laughing, which caused me to laugh too. But our little laugh amongst each other didn't last long, because the dogs started going crazy again, even crazier this time. I went back outside, ready to do the same thing again, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I saw the guy standing about 20 feet from the dogs, right in front of the cornfield. He looked at me and I screamed, "Hey," at which point he ran into the cornfield. I started running over and fired another shot into the air. Stopped by the dogs. There was no chance in hell I was going there. I wasn't about to leave the dogs out here either. I unclamped their chains from the hooks and brought them inside the house. I told my sister someone was sneaking around in the cornfield. So what did we do? We called our dad. He told me I had to be the man of the house and protect my sisters. He recommended I fire another warning shot outside if whoever it was came back. After this, we all just gradually went to our respective rooms. My sisters each brought one of the dogs in their rooms, and I brought the gun in my room, just because we were all a little spooked by this. I had the window open, and as I was laying in bed watching a movie on my laptop, I heard a whistling from outside. I hurried to the window and looked out to see someone slowly walking in the grass. Then, like he had some sixth sense, he stopped walking and turned to look at my window, still whistling. This jerk was obviously trying to mess with us and scare us. Very stupid idea when I already made it clear I had a gun. I ran to grab the gun off the bed and aimed it out the window. I shot at the grass a few feet away from him, purposely missing, of course. This cut his little horror movie act short, and he ran out of view of my window towards the front of the house. This time he didn't come back. He'd have to be a fool to come back after that. I obviously told my sisters why I shot him. I assured them he would not be coming back. We never found out who it was or why. It could have been some teen or multiple teens just trying to scare some innocent farmers for fun, or it could have been an actually dangerous person.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but at Grand Canyon University, we shatter that clock. GCU's bachelor's, master's, and doctoral education degree programs combine coursework with observational education. GCU gives you hands-on experience so you can learn to lead your classroom with heart, faith, and purpose. This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Specs Beat the Heat sale is bringing the bird to your backyard with the lowest prices on Texas' largest selection. Save big on all your ice cold favorites, sure to bring the cool all summer long. That's Specs. Cheers to saving.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world. It's Chicago. We are never done. We are never out.
Animal days are back at Tractor Supply. Save up to 50% on food, feed, treats, and more. Leashed pets and animals are always welcome, and you never know what you'll see wandering the aisles. Only at your local Tractor Supply.
I used to work as a night restock worker at a supermarket in a somewhat rural town. The store was called Great American. It was the biggest and best supermarket in the area. My shift would be as soon as the store would close at 10. I'd work from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. the latest, restocking the shelves and organizing everything before the next operating day. I, of course, had the keys to the store for the after hours. It would be a team of two, myself and one other, either Terry, Carter, or Alfonso. Tonight, I was supposed to be working with Terry. I arrived to the store and let myself into the back where all the inventory yet to be stocked was. I started my work using the pallet jack to bring a whole pallet of boxes out to the shopping floor. I started with the bread and nuts aisle, rotating the older loaves in the front and putting the newer loaves in the back. Halfway through, I realized I hadn't seen Terry yet. I walked to the back area of the store where the inventory was, where we leave our belongings. He wasn't back there yet. I left the back door cracked open with a door stopper for him when he would show up. So I went back to work for another half hour. And with still no sign of Terry, I once again went to the back of the store. He wasn't in there. I noticed the back door was shut. I assumed that meant Terry was here somewhere. I went to open the back door and saw the door stopper was outside, which I thought was weird that he kicked it outside instead of bringing it in. I called Terry's name and it echoed through the room. He didn't call back, so I decided to call him. He picked up, sounding like he was in bed, and I asked him if he was at work. He said he wasn't coming in tonight because he was sick. Suddenly, I got the chills. I told him someone kicked the door stopper off the door, and he said it could have just come undone itself. Nobody else was scheduled to work that night. I told him feel better, and we hung up. I wasn't sure if I was convinced that the door stopper came undone itself, because I kicked it under the door pretty tightly. I did a quick look around just to make sure no one was in the back of the store. When I didn't see anyone, I went back to work. Though I felt a slight sense of unease the whole time. I was stocking the remainder of the bread, and I heard a loud sound echo from across the shopping floor. Okay, now someone had to be in here. I got off my knees and went to the middle aisle that intersected all the other aisles. I looked straight down the aisle and stood there for a hot second. All the way on the opposite side of the store in the dairy aisle, a man dressed in black walked past the middle aisle, looking down in my direction. I felt my heart drop. It felt like that scene from the movie Signs, where the alien walks past the birthday party. I had to think logically. Maybe this was someone else filling in for Terry's shift that our boss didn't tell me about. I started the speed walk down the center aisle and yelled, "Excuse me," very loudly. I looked to the left down every aisle I'd passed since he went towards the front of the store. In one of those aisles, he was waiting at the end of it, standing there, fully facing my direction. He saw me. He walked out of sight in the direction I was just coming from. I yelled, "Excuse me," again, started to run down that aisle to catch up to him. I didn't get a good look at his face yet. When I got to the front of the aisle by the cash registers, I looked down the direction he went. I saw him all the way at the end by the bread aisle. Half his body was hidden behind the shelf. His mouth was hanging open. He started to wave me over, but he didn't say anything. His face was freaking me out. I attempted one more time to speak to him and said, "Who are you?" He disappeared behind the shelf. I wasn't being paid enough for this. I went outside to sit in my car and call my boss. He picked up and I told him there was some random freak roaming around the store. He told me to get him out of there if I can, or call the police. police to get him out. I was not going to attempt to physically remove a crazy person from the store, so I called 911. I waited in my car until a police car showed up. I greeted the officer and asked him to follow me inside. We walked around the place looking for the man. We saw him at one of the aisles again, creepily standing there again as if playing a game. When the police officer commanded him to come here, he actually listened. He was put in handcuffs, and he was the strangest man I'd ever seen. He kept smiling and looking at me nonstop, licking his lips. He had huge bags under his eyes. The only words he spoke were when answering the police officer, saying he was looking for a snack. I didn't like the way he was looking at me as the police officer was walking him back outside to his car. It was this menacing, threatening smile that I haven't forgotten to this day. I continued my work after that. Needless to say, I never left any of the doors open again. A long time ago, I'm talking like 8 years ago, two friends and I, James and Sean, did something really stupid. But at the time, doing stupid things was what we did to pass the time. We're not really friends with James anymore, but Sean and I still talk often. And so oftentimes we'll talk with each other about this story. We were 19 years old. We lived in Bump, New Jersey. Lots of vacant houses in our old town. And atop a hilly road not far from our houses was an abandoned church. Locals knew about the church. It was on a closed-off road. It had been abandoned for many years. I'm not sure if it's still standing or what the current state of it is, as I live in Florida now. But James, Sean, and I, being the troublemaking thrill seekers we were, came up with this genius plan of bringing a Ouija board to the church late one night. This was October, so I guess we were doing it in honor of spooky season. Sean had the Ouija board in his closet, so he brought it. I drove the three of us, so I first picked up James, then Sean, and we just drove straight towards the church. Since the road up the hill to the church was literally blocked off, we had to park on the side of the road and walk from there. We followed the road up the hill to the church, using one flashlight at first, so as not to overdo it and draw any possible attention. But once we were atop the hill, pretty much all three of us turned on our flashlights. The church was surrounded by woods in basically all directions, and had a gravel parking lot alongside it. The church had been broken into 1,000,000 times before, and was littered with graffiti, so the big front door was already ajar. Two of us had to work together to pull it open because it scraped on the floor though. Once inside, we naturally just looked around the place with our flashlights to make sure no one else was in there. It was definitely creepy being in that place at night. Sean set up the Ouija board, and he pulled out these 3 candles from his backpack as well, and he laughed and said it would add to the experience. He placed the 3 candles in a triangle formation around the board, and as they were all lit, we turned off our flashlights. Now the only light in the whole place was from the candles, creating a much more eerie and uncomfortable vibe. We really couldn't see more than maybe 6 feet in all directions. So we began playing with the Ouija board. Sean was doing most of the talking. At this point, I can't remember exactly what he said. He definitely opened with, "Is anybody there?" and the typical cliche Ouija board questions. The planchette started to move, and we started to laugh. I knew it was one of them doing it. I feel like it's not possible to play with a Ouija board with your friends without someone jokingly moving around the planchette. We went along with it, though. Whoever was moving it spelled out a few words. As this was going on, though, I heard a weird crack-type sound come from the altar of the church. The best way I could describe it is it sounded like a big piece of wood cracking in half. It was loud, and it sounded like it was done by someone. We all jumped in reaction and hurried to shine our phone's flashlights in the direction of the altar. There was no one there as far as we could see. I think both of them were just as freaked out as I was after that. The place was old and falling apart, so some weird noises here and there didn't seem that crazy. So we kept going. We all took turns asking the board questions. The planchette was no longer moving. I think because that crack sound freaked all 3 of us out, and now we were taking it more seriously. This went on for some time, until another sound from the altar area broke the silence again. But before we even had time to shine our lights over there again, something landed on the Ouija board, causing all of us to jump and scream. It was a rock about the size of a golf ball. All 3 of us just had our hands on the planchette 2 seconds ago. There was no way any of us could have done that. We all 3 got up and ran back out of the church, screaming, leaving the Ouija board and candles behind. We ran all the way down the hill and back to my car. And fearing we were being chased, we didn't stick around. He drove us all back to James's house. We just sat in the car for a good half hour talking, wondering what exactly just happened. Sean is very religious and superstitious as well. He was confident we had reached a spirit of some kind. I don't really believe in any of that stuff. I believe there was someone else in the church with us, which I find to be equally terrifying. Sean went back to the church the next day with James to get his Ouija board back. To make things even stranger, the Ouija board was missing, but the candles were still in place. When they saw it was missing from the entrance, they decided to just leave right away. This remains to be the single scariest experience of my life. Years ago, I did the night shift at a gas station because I was strapped for cash and needed a second job. I worked the night shift there for a few months. It was around my second or third month. This guy started regularly coming in really late at night, always around 2 a.m. He was about 6 feet tall. He had long, stringy hair. He'd always come in, buy a tall boy, and leave. And after a while, he one night asked me my name. I told him my name, and he just kept saying, "Rob, I like that," as he had laughed to himself. He cracked open the tall boy he just bought, walked out of the store talking to himself. He was clearly hammered. This was the night I was curious to see if he had been drinking and driving every single time that he'd come to the store. I watched as he left, and he walked out of sight off the gas station property. That wouldn't make sense. He never once bought gas anytime he came in. He'd always just buy alcohol. I'd seen him just about every night after that for a while. He'd come in, some nights noticeably drunker than others. Sometimes he'd just lean on one of the shelves for a while and not say anything. He'd always greet me with a "Hey, Rob," anytime he'd come in. One night he was just leaning on a shelf, drinking the tall boy he just bought, not saying anything, just staring at a wall. I asked him for his name finally. He looked at me, took about 5 seconds, and said, "Bob." Now, I always felt like Bob is a go-to fake name when you're lying about your name. I wondered if the first thing that came to mind for him was Bob because it rhymed with my name, but I went with it. I said, "So Bob, where do you work?" He laughed so loud it actually startled me. He said he doesn't work. He said the government completely fucked him out of his job. I got the vibe he was wasted again. He looked at me with an angry-looking face, but interestingly said, "I like you, Rob. You seem like you know what you're doing." I didn't know what that meant, but he walked out of the store right after that. I didn't see him again for a while. I'd say over a week passed, which for a regular like him was a while. Bob always gave me this off, mildly creepy vibe. I figured he was usually drunk, but something was obviously wrong in his personal life. Well, one very stormy night, with less customers than usual, likely because of the storm, I heard the ding of the front door as someone entered. I swear, before looking, I imagined it to be Bob. When I looked, shocked to see it was actually him. It was a much scarier version of Bob. He was completely soaked. He wasn't wearing a rain jacket or using an umbrella. He was just in a dark shirt and jeans. His long hair was drenched. He was just standing by the door, looking straight ahead at the wall. He looked like he was angry, yet his mind was elsewhere, and his thoughts were running. The way he was standing there blankly, staring at nothing, completely soaked, it was freaking me out. I said, "Bob, are you okay?" He didn't turn his head or move. He stood still and said, "I did something really bad." I asked, "What did you do?" He then looked at me, said, "I need somewhere to hide," then walked past me at the register towards the little restroom hallway. He disappeared behind the wall. I heard one of the doors open and close. I was genuinely getting uncomfortable with Bob now. I didn't enjoy his presence whenever he was in the store. Tonight, something was extra off about him. He seemed like a zombie. That "I did something really bad" comment was incredibly creepy. Some time passed, and Bob never came out from the bathroom. I assumed he was wasted again, probably passed out or puking. Either way, I didn't want to intervene. Then, the next thing I remember, the lights of the place cut out, and the store was completely dark. I was standing in a pitch-dark gas station during a major storm with an unhinged drunk man. I used the flashlight from behind the counter to make my way towards the back of the store by the inventory storage and the panel board. The door to the back was in the same little hallway as the restrooms. As I walked by the 2 restroom doors, both of them were ajar. Bob wasn't in either of them. I went through the door to the back. I was planning on going straight to the paddleboard, but I stopped. I heard a slight dripping in the room somewhere, the squeaking of wet shoes. My heart sank into my stomach. I said, "Bob," in a very weak and scared voice. I heard squeaks right to my left. When I pointed my flashlight in that corner, there was Bob, with his eyes open wide. He lunged at me and started screaming, "I'm gonna kill you." I pushed him off of me as he was clawing at my back. I ran back through the door to the front of the store. He didn't follow me. I grabbed my rain jacket and ran straight to my car. I sat in my car as I dialed 911 and spoke to an operator. I stayed on the line with her, and it didn't take long for a couple police officers to arrive and go inside with me. Bob was still hiding in the back room, huddled in a corner, apparently like some rabid creature. His pupils were huge. I only noticed it then. He was on something. They took him to the station after I told them that he lunged at me, threatened to kill me, and stated that he did something really bad earlier. I found out over a month later that this Bob guy's real name was Martin. He had brutally beaten his ex-wife to death. It might have happened on that same night that he came into the gas station. Long story short, I never wanted to work another night shift at any job ever again after this night.
We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
This episode is brought to you by a bold marketer, unlike Nora, who has literally no idea where she should spend her advertising budget.
Oh, come on.
My brother Tim was injured in a diving accident, changed his life and changed my life forever. This accident is why I became who I am, because I built the firm that I wish had been built for Tim back then. What do you think?
Oh, beauty.
Now, let me tell you, Mamas, we are in love with this new sofa from Anabay. As a family of 7, we wanted something child-friendly, durable, but also something beautiful. The slip covers are stain-proof, waterproof. They come off and go into the washing machine. They can also be switched out for other colors. We are obsessed with this new sofa from Anabay. I am in love with this fabric. It's the color willow in the heirloom velvet. Also, so luxurious feeling, cozy, and comfortable. It is such a vibe, and we can't wait for so many cozy memories in this room.
When I was 19 years old, I was still working at a nearby pizza place to help pay for food and gas and stuff. The job was always pretty easy, just taking the order, boxing up the food when it's done, putting it in a bag, driving it to the given address. I'd done it a million times before, and nothing weird ever happened. It was very repetitive. Tips would usually be around $3 to $5, depending on the distance. Sometimes more generous people would give 10 or more, though. Remember, this order was just a chicken parm hero and a regular slice. Smaller orders like this usually yielded lesser tips, but I didn't have a choice in which deliveries I did. I was on my way to the address, and of course, the house was apparently on a dead-end block. This block had a more rural feel to it than the rest of the neighborhood. One of the houses had an RV sitting on the grass with a small patch of woods next to it. The other houses looked like little farmhouses. There was a lot more space on this particular street. Then I pulled up to the address. It was this small, weird-looking house with a huge property, though. It sat next to what appeared to be an abandoned house with overgrown grass and shrubs. It was probably around 6 p.m., and it was getting pretty dark out, so it was around the time people would start putting on their lights inside their houses. But all the lights in the house were off. I noticed the front door seemed cracked open. I began to walk over to the front door, and I heard a piano being played. It sounded like it was a couple rooms away at least, muffled by some walls or a door or something. I knocked on the door and then rang the bell after a few minutes. The doorbell didn't work. The piano was still playing. I felt weird just walking in, so I walked around the property towards the back. The backyard was a literal mess, things scattered all over the grass.
I even saw a broken, rusty chain link fence just sitting in the middle of the yard. I went to the back door and knocked really loud. I looked through the glass of the door and saw nothing except for what looked like a really messy storm room. Clearly, these people were not neat freaks, to say the least. When nobody answered the back door either, I went back around front and called one of the guys at the pizzeria to confirm the address with him. He took a second to check what he wrote down. He confirmed that I was at the correct address. So I went back to the front door, pushed it open, and heard the creepy sounding piano music still playing. I yelled, "Pizza's here." The piano stopped. Someone yelled, "Over here." Then the piano resumed. They were playing this simple yet creepy repetitive song as if on loop. There were also no lights on in this house, so it was almost hard to see in there. I walked straight, getting closer to the sound of the music. The smell inside the house was very musty and off-putting. When I got halfway into, I guess what you'd call the foyer, I felt very uncomfortable. I wasn't going to go any further. I yelled, "I'm by the front door, sir." The music stopped, this time for good. Now there was just silence. I backed towards the door again, so that I would be closer to the outside. I was expecting to hear footsteps coming towards me, but no, it was just dead silent. I said, "Sir?" A voice from another room said, "Yes, sorry, I have trouble walking. Can you just bring it in here, please?" I asked, "What room are you in, sir?" He took a moment to answer back. "You just walk through the living room and the dining room." There were no directions on the phone to do any of this, so this was very strange. I thought for a second about my next course of action. I felt bad, leaving in the case that this was some old, feeble man just living in a messy house. I started walking through the living room. There was an opening that led to what I presumed to be the dining room. Me being my overly cautious and paranoid self, still suspicious. Instead of walking straight into the dining room, I peeked around the wall just enough for one eye to see into the room. I saw the piano. There was no one sitting at it. I also didn't see anyone in the entire room. With that, I quietly but quickly walked back towards the front door, shut the door behind me, and drove back to the pizzeria. I explained that I got a sketchy vibe inside the house. My boss was completely understanding, especially when the alleged customer didn't call back asking why I left. That said everything. I didn't really understand the logic in trying to commit a robbery in your own house, nor did my boss or coworkers. So later that night after work, I looked up that address. That house was foreclosed on months ago, and it had been vacant. When I told this to everyone, they had the same mouth-dropping reaction I did. I was truly mere steps away from probably getting robbed. That, or someone was trying to play a horrible prank on an unsuspecting pizza delivery guy.
Weird. Must be a sign.
Ready? We're back live on location, man. At the courtside class. It's your boy Iggy, man. I'm here with my guy Woods, Hip Hop Hoops. We're in game 5, man. Hey, yo, man. I can't even finish the intro. That boy scored so quick. Damn.
Yup.
Hey, yo. SK?
This is what SK does.
What the hell's going on here?
What SK does, man.
Can I finish the intro, SK? God. That boy came up with a quick 5. Forget about the intro, man. Let's just get into the game, man. SK is looking like a problem. That's my young boy, Jay Sean, man. Chevy, that's my young boy.
Oh.
Is that a foul?
Yeah. Little foul.
Yeah, everybody pressing the ref. Well, listen, man. God bless the refs. That's the job that I would never, ever want.
Never, ever in a million years.
God bless the refs.
They can pay me $75 a game. No, I ain't doing it.
I ain't doing it.
All right, maybe 75 is tough.
No, I ain't doing it.
Maybe 75 is tough.
the way these refs are getting pressed today, man, it is crazy.
It is nuts.
Yeah.
It is nuts, man. Control on the league.
Chevy, let's go, Chevy. Oh. Chevy. 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 Damn. Damn. Them boys out there wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. Yo, the intensity of this game so far, we're only been in like 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes. The intensity is insane right now. Like,
they
let them shoot.
They're gonna let them shoot, though.
Jay Sean has never been the greatest of shooters, man.
But downhill,
he
is a demon.
Man. Fast break, like demon. Now Chevy, that's something he can do.
That's something he can do, yup.
He looking for the ref. But SK is not looking for the ref. SK is not looking for the ref. He got all the points right now, SK?
Yup.
He want the ball. He's asking for the ball, ref. Give him the basketball. Okay. Okay. Right now, it's 9-0 Team White. 9-0, man. This is crazy. Damn, man. Yeah, they need to get back for sure. Oh my God.
Chevy for 3.
Listen, they better do something quick, man. Or
Yeah, they gotta do something real quick,
it's
man.
gonna be a rough one.
It's 11-0.
11-0, man. Did it happen if you get to 25 or 15-0, is game over?
It should be. I think you gotta get to 30. Maybe it's a 15-0. They'll call a game. Ooh, damn. Ooh.
Damn.
Ooh.
SK is a problem, bro.
SK, this is what he does, man. This is what he does. Ooh. Ooh.
What in the world?
Got him. Damn.
I don't know what the and one was that.
Was it a double? I couldn't see that.
I don't think you touched it.
On that game? And that's 15-0. What happens if it's 15-0? It's up to 30. It should be game. Or it's up to 40. It's up to 40. It's up to 30. It's up to 40.
Oh, they changed it?
No, he said up to 40.
Oh, 1-on-1 is 30.
Okay. 2-on-2 is 40. 3-on-3 is 50. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, man. We live here, man. CAA. Arena,
Badgers, man. Home with Honey Badgers.
Honey Badgers just slapped up Calgary.
Team White is looking.
Team White is just slapping up Team Black right now. 15-0. His name is SK.
SK is a bully.
Straight bully ball,
He's
man.
a bully.
With a sprinkle of finesse.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
What's happening right now?
And he's talking
This
shit.
is the kind of energy I like right here.
Oh my goodness.
This is the energy I like. This is the energy I've been looking for. Yeah. You call it technical? Oh, timeout.
Oh, yo.
Okay.
Let's go. Yeah, yo. Yeah, yo.
The score is
That is
18-0.
so I'm saying, if it's like 20-0, you got game. Remember you used to have a 7-0. No, okay. I'm so old school, bro. I'm an old school type of guy. I'm like,
Hey, yo.
7-0's game, you know.
Shout out to Mahalia, man. What's going on? How are you, man? All right, let me leave the comments alone.
SK,
back.
no.
SK has been a problem. He's a problem.
Wow.
He's a problem. I wouldn't want to guard SK, man.
Wow.
He's a demon. And he letting niggas know. He
Yo.
letting people know. He in their corner, letting them know you cannot mess with me.
Man,
Look at him.
it's 20-0, bro.
20-0.
It's 20-0. I never seen this shit before.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. 20-0. This is belt. What they say? Belt to ass?
Yeah, this is belt to ass,
This is
bro.
belt to ass right now. Oh man, Chevy. Hey Sean. Oh my God. I don't know what y'all gonna do right now, but y'all gotta fight back. Please fight back.
You gotta fight back.
Fight back.
That's all you can do right now.
Oh my God.
So, yo, if you're in Chevy and Jay Sean's corner, what motivation speech you giving them?
There's no motivation speech that you can give right now. All you can do is say, fight back. That is it. There's nothing else that you can say. It's not that they're not playing good defense. They're playing good defense.
Right.
These guys are just playing better offense.
Facts. Facts.
That's it.
Facts.
It's not like they're out there saying score. No.
Right.
It's just better offense.
We're live here, ISO Legends, man.
This is belt to ass right here.
Yeah, man.
They gotta figure it out soon. They gotta figure this shit out soon.
This ain't even belt to ass, yo. This is like belt to your finger. You know when the buckle of the belt hits you on the hand?
Oh.
It's one of those. It's one of those, bro.
Hey, Sean, you can't let them score again. Ain't no way.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing that they can do. There's nothing at this point that they can do. You know, the strategy for me to them is double him. Just double team him.
Right.
Leave my other guy alone and just double team him. Damn that. He got like 17 points right now.
Easy. Don't even say the score like that.
Hey, SK, you gotta take it easy now, man. Take it easy. Okay?
I know.
God,
Yes, sir. You good? Oh my God.
you just gotta foul at this point.
Yeah.
Foul, swing, punch, kick. Do whatever you can do, man.
Facts.
Do whatever you can do.
Facts, man. Yo. You know what?
The score is 21-0.
There's levels to this.
Yeah, there's
At the end of the day, there's levels to this.
Yeah.
You take this game film, you burn it. The game film of this.
Don't even watch the game.
Don't even watch this shit. You know what I mean?
Game film. Burn this shit like you just said. That's the first mistake you made.
Yeah. You never know.
He's
Hopefully,
playing a perfect game so far. If I'm Chevy and Jay Sean, kick, fight, punch, do something.
Right.
Do something. Ain't no way. 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 What is happening right here?
Iggy is going crazy.
24-0. Fight back.
I've never seen this before.
Fight, punch, do something. Fight back. SK, take it easy, man.
Everybody's getting it. Everybody's getting it.
27-0. Ain't no way.
Oh no.
Calling him out? Please score.
Gotta score.
Please score.
Hey!
Hallelujah.
They scored.
Hallelujah.
27-2.
Hallelujah.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. Chevy gonna go to work now. Oh. Oh.
We got a lot of location.
Crazy. Crazy.
Home of the Honey Badgers. We've seen an amazing 2-on-2 game. The score right now is 27-2.
Shout out Alex Johnson, man.
It's not actually amazing. But damn. What do you do in a game like this? Like, do you still compete, or you just say like,
no, you
hurry up and win? What do
you gotta compete, man. There's so much people here watching. You gotta save some face, man.
Like, who does SK's game remind you of?
Oh.
He's giving me like, I'm trying to, who does SK remind me of? He's giving me like Lou Dort.
Yeah.
With game. Well, let me not say that. Lou Dort got game. But Lou Dort with some wiggle in a crazy jump shot. Like,
You know what? Real talk. He's reminding me of Baron Davis right now, man. You know what I mean? Baron Davis right now, man.
Great comparison. Gotta shoot that. Diggy, you're in the way.
Gotta shoot that. I'm definitely a fan, though. I'm definitely a fan. SK, you made me a believer.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta hit that, Chevy. Big shot. You just gotta take it. You gotta take it one possession at a time. Get it back. Get it back.
You're not guarding him. That's his game right there. That's his game. I like that energy.
I like that energy.
27-10.
I like that energy right there.
That's the energy I like right there. You just gotta do that up there.
Yeah. You know, one thing I've learned in this beautiful game of basketball is playing with a lead is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You
get complacent. Yeah. You go away from what got you such a big lead.
Yeah.
And then you're dealing with the hunger and the desperation from the opposing team. Right? So
now look, it was just 27-0. It's 27-13 right now.
Right.
If Chevy and Jay Sean come back from this gotta be the greatest comeback
ever
in basketball history.
You feel me? Gotta make your free throws, man.
You can't miss those.
You need every bucket. Every bucket. You need every bucket.
SK with the ball. SK got a low dribble.
Yup. I'm telling you. Baron Davis, man.
Baron Davis.
Young BD. What was the call?
That call was.
27-13. It's the second half.
Jay Sean, man.
Chevy and Jay Sean are making a historic, not a historic, but a brave comeback, man. A courageous comeback. It's gonna take a lot out of them, though, man.
27 nothing.
No, 27 nothing. Shout out to Hoop Queens. We got Hoop Queens in the building, man. We got the entire city.
Yes, sir.
In the building, man.
We got Back and Eagle, my guys in here.
Yes, sir.
Top tier streamer. Shout out to Hung Shake. Hung Shake, can you give us a sponsorship? I should have been eating some chicken fried rice right now.
Hey.
You know, some spicy shrimp. I should have had that right now.
Right now. That sounded so good right now. Yeah. Yo, it's 27-16, guys.
27-16.
Yeah.
The ref's letting them play now. Ref's letting them play. Ref's letting them play. Hey, move! Ref's in the lead once again, guys. Ref's in the lead once again.
Yo.
Time out right now. 27-16.
Yo.
How in the world did Team Black make this game respectable? DJ DK, what's good? Oh, SK, we're back.
Split that defense.
Was that a foul? That didn't look like no foul. I don't know, man. That didn't look like no foul to me. Oh, he called foul. Okay. He called foul. Okay. Well, you gotta shoot that, Jay-Sean. You gotta shoot those shots. They give you those shots.
Yo, we're back. What's going on?
At United Healthcare, I'm driven to help families like mine. Our first daughter, Adeline, has
Etta, seen by everyone as sweet and harmless, turns out to be nothing of the sort. Girls her age are in college planning their futures. Etta, she's killing people, wiping out gangs, and blowing up cars. By morning, she works as a tour guide, taking tourists out on the water. By afternoon, she's fighting with her mother, who wants her to go to college. But Etta won't hear it. What college? What education?
Seems you've been using your Discover Cashback card to earn 5% cash.
Jessica, Total Wireless here. We want to do an ad with you.
Why?
Because of Sablee.
I can't believe it's just coffee. Without a capsule.
Welcome to the new Lavazza Sablee factory. Here we have revolutionized the coffee world to bring you a pleasure like never before. A tab made of 100% coffee and nothing else. Enter the world of Lavazza Sablee. Discover the new machine and tabs.
Second and 6. They go quick. Gets it out. Welcome back, Christian Watson. Packer fans so glad to see the fourth-year man's return. He is a yard short of the first half. 3rd and 1. Pressure comes. Love gets rid of it. It is incomplete. Dobbs went down to get it. Couldn't scoop it. The defense of Joey Porter Jr. is 3 and out for the Packers. Heavy for the Steelers on 2nd and 7. Play action for Rodgers. Gets it out to one of those. This is on the 27-yard line. Typically a tackle. Spencer Anderson out to make the grab. 4. Parsons Forces Rodgers to escape, but is there at the end. He is the little man. He at the quarterback. But Rashawn Gary, excuse me, from the sack, back at the 38-yard line. That Gary combo with Parsons. Huge factor. Long field goal coming. Chris Boswell, 56-yard attempt. Nails it. Got it. Boswell. John Fitzpatrick, the tight end. And he's a fullback for the moment as Luck spins and fires quickly. It's Dobbs into Steeler territory at the 40-yard line. To get it 24 to Romeo Dobbs. First down. And Christian Watson was on the field now into that. This is feeling good. So that's Malik Heath for a tackle down the sideline. Inside the 20, Heath thrown down by Wilson, but he's got a first down. Just his third catch for the season.
So far, it really hasn't worked out.
16 to Kraft, the tight end with Lucky. Kraft inside the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown. Tucker Kraft. It's not just tight end stay. Extended to the night. Packers take the lead.
Watch him come up here, and you'll see Love have to drop down his arm angle to sort of throw it under and around Watt. And then there it was, Tucker Kraft. The one after catch, he is making a big name for himself.
Four-man rush. Rodgers out quick, fire with Hassett. Cooper with the tackle. He's had a good couple of series. And it was 7-3. Play action first down for Love. Soft toss out to Emmanuel Wilson. And on this series, loose out of bounds is Herbig hit him on the sideline.
But he was not happy when he was drafted.
Kraft again. Taking off up the field. Tucker Kraft puts inside to the 40-yard line and down at the 39. Steelers bringing heat. Ranchi off the corner, picked up. Shut down field. Donalds can't bring it in. This last couple of games with a quad injury. Here from 57. So, memorable ones in big spots. Old Lambeau weekends. Treat to watch. That's my Kenneth Gainwell. Back up running back against just inside the 40-yard line, and Pittsburgh will have a first down.
If he doesn't like a certain look, he'll just take it and flip it out to one of the wide receivers.
Set the hand signals that way, look that way, it's covered. Comes back to the other side for Metcalf. Can't bring it in. As Carrington Valentine was a cover from DK Metcalf.
But watch this play at the end, because once Metcalf established that inside position, I go, oh, that's a touchdown. And then Valentine just got his hands in right at the right moment to flick it out.
Boswell, who needs 56 pounds, 50. Nails another, and he was doing work on that spot where his pencil was going to land before the kick was made. Here they come. Drifts, pumps, gets hit hard. His pass is incomplete. Flags come down. Taking over 50 to 36. Eric pulls it and showing that mobility outside the pocket. The 49-yard line. 13 on the game for Ben Skowronek. And starting rolls of safety. Hard inside. Good play design for 9. On first down, Xavier McKinney, the tackle for Green Bay. So he stayed, gets the count from Rodgers. Play clock runs down. Off in time. With the chaos, he's thrown underneath. Incomplete. Johnny Smith is forced out of the first down at the 24-yard line. 48-yard field goal. Christian Coots is the snapper. Corliss Waitman, the punter, is the holder. Operation clean and 3 Boswell field goals. That's Pittsburgh on to
Stronger personalities.
Yeah.
And Gordon Love is somewhere underneath.
Quick and tight end. It's Trick has it. 5 yards.
Haven't converted yet on third down.
Steelers bring twisted 4. Left throws inside. Can't bring it in. Tucker couldn't hang on. It's incomplete. It's 2. He brings the big number. Warren, left side. Good run for the left. Jalen Warren, first down. It's spotted short. Second and inches. Warren left, going to get it anyway and more. Delivering the ball to the 41-yard line. Throw him off.
pulling action to get Gainwell free down the sideline. So Pittsburgh, this jumbo package, running the ball well. They'll have it at the Green Bay 37-yard line. So inside, straight in, Rivers gets hit, puts it up, flag down. Austin comes back to throw the flag on Nixon. Pass interference on Green Bay. Get in motion, Rodgers. Looks at DK Metcalf, who's got it. Got a first down. Heavy contact at the 2. Rodgers looks at Metcalf, slash, touchdown. Steelers.
Big head fake to the outside, and then works inside, and who is going to work their way through that body? Huge receiver, great move out there.
7 seconds left. They bring 4, and Love firing sidelines. Off. Held on to, let's see. They say inbounds, and the clock is rolling.
Timeout.
It's bring 5. It's right inside. It's caught by Heath. Having a good game. He gets the yardage to make the field goal a little bit easier. And he missed it to the left. The Steelers 3. Early on it, missed it to the left. Mike Tomlin happy to take a 9-point lead. TJ screaming off the edge on 3rd down. Love hit as he throws up for grabs. Oh, on the run. Kraft pulling away. Still on his feet at the 30. Morgan right after the catch by Kraft all the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain. The gain of 59 by Kraft takes the Packers to 26. And Jacobs coming back to the left for a half dozen.
Not too many cheers left.
To Jacobs, Love, Kraft, got it, first down, 1st and goal for the Packers. Savion Williams has got it. Williams getting the blocking top. Savion for the touchdown.
Basically, this is just going to be a sweep. You're going to have the guys coming across the formation. All these guys are going to come out here and get the outside edge block.
When you give someone your word, you keep it. Over 100 years ago, soldiers built USAA on that promise.
Williams right into the end zone.
So is that the new Green Bay sweep?
I don't give it up. I'm not going to snap to the line. He's been a Patriots guy.
23 first down run inside Jalen Warren. Safety comes down late for 26. DK Metcalf. Rodgers saw it. The opening 25 yards. First down to Green Bay 29-yard line. All-time great look. Jurassic Park director, also Sunday Night Football team. Next to the news. Rodgers. Warren. Nice throw. Third tackle. Right the first down. Mark Ray's got it. Inside the 39. And the Steelers time on 3rd and 10. Green Bay bringing 4. Rodgers fires. Metcalf covered. As you see, 50 plus twice. We'll try to add a 3rd. Boswell. Did it again.
Pushing the pockets, and love how to move. Good completion. And right afterwards, the first down and more with Wilson. Up with a hand signal, and pressure comes. It's picked up, off to space, downfield for Watson. And he's got it. Christian Watson, welcome back. He's got it at the 7. The Packers record. Second and goal. Jacobs trying to bounce to the outside. Can he get there? Yes, he can. Touchdown. Green Bay takes the lead.
Watch out here. We got the wide receiver, Christian Watson, who has been playing tremendous. His first game back from that knee injury. And there he does it with a block. That was outstanding. You could tell that Josh Jacobs saw it right away. And then you've seen Josh Jacobs.
Motion to the left side, wide open. Quick play time. Early up Dobbs. That's the news. 319. You heard before that cadence. Deep drop. And he's going down. Zach Micah Parsons. Number 1 got one. Third and low. Underneath, Jamie Smith gets as much as he can. The Green Bay defense comes up with a big stand, and they all in go get Micah Parsons trade. You see why in this fisticuffs is off the album pieces of 8. Packers scored 8 in their last drive. And Manuel Wilson trying to add that long arm of the law to the 30-yard line. Pressure coming. He picked it up inside. Travis got it. 10, running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
This is just tremendous. This looks like a scat back running this little return route back inside. And once he has caught the ball tonight, he has done what he has done all season long.
Frazier, the center, taking care of some of the protections up front as they get to this run with Warren. He's out of bounds on the sideline right around the 32-yard line. Third and short coming up.
Well, here we go again.
Oh, the flag is thrown. So this continued pushing and shoving after the play. The Packer fans who made the trip making noise. Micah rushes up the middle again. Aaron in trouble and brought down. One of the defenders who played with Rodgers 6, 7, just a sack for John Gary back at the 16-yard line. He's tough. Feeling powers on actual tight ends there. Love is spread high. Keeps the streak going. It's crispy.
Mm-hmm.